check, com check.
They might have turned something off here. So 1, 2, check.
1, 2, check, 1, 2. Like, I'm talking like up here. Is that enough?
Voice level?
Yeah,
Well, you project a little more, I think, when you present, right?
totally.
two, two. Check, check. Two. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2.
turn to tell people to sew up. Hello? Hi, we're going to get started pretty promptly. So turn off cell phones, you know the drill. I'll do the same thing. Okay. This is being broadcast literally worldwide. So thank you for joining us here in the auditorium. And any of you, hello Italy, hello Turkey, hi commerce all over the world, and welcome. In just a moment we'll get going, so settle in. We learned yesterday from practice that the acoustics are best right in the middle. So I suggest you sit there. You'll hear much better there than any place else. And we got a few more folks coming in, and then we'll get going. Welcome to the first Commerce event that will actually start on time. You were there. And I'll ask Lee Bigelow and Kate Josephs to join me. Lee and I Lee Bigelow, Chris Heflin, are two members of your performance team. That means we lead exercises. You'll learn more about that, but it has more to do with performance. Director of the Federal Performance Council and an asset to the entire federal government. Okay? Well, you've been formally welcomed, and this is a first, DOC Talks. We found our voice. This is DOC employees going to tell you the stories of how we serve the American people. Sometimes here at headquarters, that's not perfectly clear. We're kind of removed from the customer, but you're going to hear from a lot of people.
So in January, thank you. In January of this year, we, the DOC performance team, announced a call for stories about how we, the employees of commerce, help the American public, our customers. And the stories today were selected from more than 150 submissions. Over the past months, our storytellers have received training and coaching through an innovative partnership with the Performance Improvement Council and the performance team of the Department of Commerce. They design their talks to take you on a journey, spark your curiosity and emotions, and help us all learn about the important work of the Department of Commerce. So a few thank yous. Thank you to all the volunteers, technical geniuses, and kind strangers that helped us upon the way.
And thank you to the Performance Excellence Council. We've all received some training in storytelling. I'm looking at our wonderful trainer. They also have added their name, their reputation, and their prestige to our event. And Kate has a few words to tell you about the council.
I actually have a few more thank yous.
Oh, please.
The thank yous are not endless, but they're numerous. Thank you to the Census Bureau's Center for New Media and Promotion and the DOC Office of Public Affairs for making it possible to share these stories through webcasting and video. Thank you to the Commerce Research Library for allowing us to rehearse in your lovely, lovely space. And thank you most of all to our speakers, who I think deserve a round of applause before they even get up on stage.
Yeah. And are better rehearsed than me. Kate.
Thank you. So just for those of you, hi, can you hear me?
Good bar mic.
Let's do this. I know it's important that we speak into microphones. So, hi everybody, I'm really pleased and excited to be here today. My name's Kate Josephs, I'm the Executive Director of the Federal Performance Improvement Council, as Chris mentioned. For those of you who don't know, the PIC, as we like to call it, is here to advance and expand the practice of performance management and improvement all across government. And that means helping agencies to cultivate and strengthen cultures that support engagement, that support exceptional results, and that support an exceptional quality of working life. And I think we are really committed to the belief that an effective communication of an organization's mission, vision, results and lessons and insights is a hugely important piece of the puzzle when we think about how to achieve really amazing results for the American people. So we have strongly advocated the power of data-led storytelling to explain programs and provide an inspiration that can get our results to the next level. It's been a real pleasure to support this event. We're excited today to hear the final results, and a big shout out to Bethany on my team, who's done a huge lift to help provide training, and to a few other members of my team who are helping today. If you want to know more about the PIC, I'll be here, Bethany will be here for most of the day. Come see us, and I'll just finish by saying we don't hear nearly enough about the inspiring work that our federal employees do every single day. That's changing today. I'm excited to hear more about it, and I'll hand over to Lee.
I think this is working now. So yes, Bethany, I wanted to shout you out particularly. Bethany led training in storytelling and occasions for lead us in affirming our oath of office and a recommitment to public service.
Thank you, Leanne. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's a pleasure to be here. It was an honor to be asked to lead us in a reaffirmation of our oath of office, particularly during Public Service Recognition Week. As Leanne mentioned, I'm Dennis Alvord, the Executive Director of the Business USA Initiative. If you're not familiar with Business USA, it's a government-wide customer service and business assistance initiative that I think has had an unusual focus on understanding the needs of the customer and integrating those needs back into our products and services. So I think it's appropriate that we single that out during Customer Service Week, where we celebrate all of us, public servants, that I know are not only among the world's best complex problem solvers, but also very, very acutely focused on addressing and meeting our customer needs. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and lead us again in a reaffirmation of our oath of office. I, Dennis Alvord, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. And without further ado, let's jump into DOC Talks and start hearing our stories.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Lieutenant Commander Jason Mansour. On behalf of Captain Michael Sila and everyone at the NOAA's Aircraft Operations Center, I'm honored to be here and kick off the inaugural DOC Talk session and share with you the important work that we do at NOAA's Aircraft Operations Center. NOAA most certainly falls under the Department of Commerce, and it stands for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. NOAA is the nation's premier science agency. Its mission is to enrich life through science. It does this by providing critical environmental intelligence across a broad portfolio, and it stretches from the surface of the sun to the depths of the ocean and everything in between. Now, NOAA is made up of line offices, and one of those line offices is called the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations, and that's what the United States NOAA Corps resides. I'm seeing some confused glances, so I'll clarify. The United States NOAA Corps is one of the nation's 7th uniformed services. So you have the 5 armed services, the Coast Guard, Navy, Marines, Air Force, and Army. You have 2 other uniformed services, United States NOAA Corps and the United States Public Health Service. Okay, NOAA Corps is the smallest of all of them, about 320 active duty commissioned officers, about 35 of which are pilots, and we are the agency's operational experts. Okay, in my opinion, a big part of our job is to utilize NOAA's operational assets, take scientists and crew where they need to go, collect their data efficiently, and bring it back home safely. That's what we do. We do it very, very well. Now, NOAA definitely has ships, and they do some pretty impressive stuff. Some of NOAA's fleet is hydrographic in nature, and that means that it maps the sea floor. Some of the ships are oceanographic, or monitoring the ocean's health through water quality, and some are even fishery-based, making sure the world's fishery stocks aren't being overfished. We have vessels based in Alaska, Pacific Ocean, Gulf of Mexico, Atlantic, and they also operate internationally as well. On the aviation side, the squadron is based at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida, and the agency has 9 aircraft that we use to conduct aerial research missions. And this presentation will focus on the 3 in the back of the picture, the P-3 Orions and the Gulfstream 4 aircraft. These are your NOAA Hurricane Hunters. During air shows and public outreach events, I liken these aircraft to animals. So I tell people, to me, the P-3 is like a rhinoceros, all right? That thing is heavy, it is big, it's slow, but it's tough, all right? It has a very specific job to fight its way through a hurricane eye wall, sometimes multiple times over the course of a mission, at 10,000 feet or less, mark the exact center of the storm, and collect air data the entire time, okay? The Gulfstream 4 in the foreground, or G4 for short, I tell people it's like a cheetah. It's lean, it's sleek, it can fly much higher, much faster than the P-3, but it is not meant to go through a hurricane, all right? So instead, we're at 45,000 feet, I mean, a dot in the sky, 9 miles up, going 7 miles a minute. So on any hurricane mission, you'll often have the P-3 up top and the G4 down low. And I want to emphasize that hurricane season for the Atlantic is rapidly approaching. It kicks off on June 1st, goes till November 30th. And when people hear about what we do, the responses are interesting. Sometimes they say, you do what? Sometimes it's, what are you thinking? And most of the time it's, you're absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Now, I promise we don't take it personally. You know, we deflect the false accusations of mental instability, but my response is always the same: you're worth it. When a weather system like a hurricane or a tropical storm develop in the oceans, the NOAA Hurricane Hunters are the first responders. We are tasked by elements of the National Weather Service and the Office of Atmospheric Research because the flights that we do provide something called in situ observations. The oceans of the world, when a hurricane forms, are called data sparse. They don't offer that much information for the hurricane models to work with initially. By flying the P-3, by flying the G4 out there into the weather, we collect exactly the kind of information the hurricane models need to get a better and better and better, and that means a more accurate forecast. When I tell people that I fly at 45,000 feet, this picture may come to mind in your head. This is not the view from the Gulfstream 4 at all. I wish it was. This is the view from the International Space Station. This is the actual view from the cockpit of the G4, and it varies based on the hurricane's personality, so to speak. Sometimes, even at 45,000 feet, we're above the weather. Sometimes we're in the weather, as in this case, you can't see too much out the front windows. And other times we're even dodging storms that go higher than 45,000 feet. So it always depends on the hurricane mission that we're flying. Now, for those of you that are keen NOAA observers, maybe noticing a certain dash ornament, a very, very complex, very scientific, expensive turbulence indicator. I'm just kidding. It's a plastic hula doll. When that thing shakes, we put the fasten seatbelt light on. It is pretty simple. All right, this is an actual G4 track that we flew last October for Hurricane Joaquin. And this mission took the G4 about 8 hours to do and covers 3,800 nautical miles. Taken off from MacDill Air Force Base, where the triangle is, heading to waypoint 1. Waypoint 5 is a bullseye. That is where the forecasted eye was supposed to be for the mission. So we overfly the hurricane, then circumnavigate the hurricane. And some of you could be thinking, Jason, hold up. You said you're a hurricane hunter. that looks like a hurricane wanderer. You know, I mean, the storm's over there. What's up with waypoint 24? Why are you going to waypoint 32? I got you. In the G4, we understand and study what's happening around the hurricane environment, but also the surrounding areas, because there could be something at waypoint 24 or something at waypoint 32 that the hurricane model needs to know more about. So we fly out there, so by the time the hurricane gets those positions, the hurricane models are informed. It could be a low pressure, a high pressure, a cold front, a warm front. So by the time the hurricane gets there, the models are informed as to how the hurricane track could be affected. We have the P3 working the hurricane down low at 10,000 feet. Here comes the G4 up top at 45,000 feet. And both aircraft use two key instruments to collect that environmental intelligence I was talking about. First up is dropsondes. It's about as big as my shoulder to my wrist. I go through about 30 of these per flight. It's fire and forget, completely expendable. This thing does one job really, really well. Everyone, please take a sniff. Do it again. That's what this thing does many times a second as it free falls through the atmosphere. And it's smelling wind speed, wind direction, temperature, dew point, humidity, things a hurricane model needs to know to get better. Another aspect of the mission, the equipment that we use, is called a tail Doppler radar. And this gives us the ability to look at a hurricane through X-ray glasses. So you see the structure of the hurricane from the inside out. You see where the hurricane is getting stronger, getting weaker. That's also very, very important for the hurricane models. This is the culmination of the hurricane model's efforts, and this is what NOAA provides. And this product answers two very important questions. Number one, where's a hurricane going to go? Number two, how bad is it going to be? I want to draw your focus to the area of white. This is what we call the cone of confusion. All right? This means that the hurricane model isn't quite sure where the hurricane eye is going to go. All right? And our goal is to make that as small as possible. The more times we fly, the more data we give to the hurricane models, the smaller that area gets, and that's a good thing because regionally, you better believe the entire eastern seaboard needs to know what's happening with the hurricane's path. At the state level, state and emergency managers can start to pre-position equipment and personnel so they're prepared versus being reactive after a hurricane comes through, and locally. So families can say, hey, you know what, I can stay or I need to go and evacuate. We are getting better at forecasting the hurricane track. In the 70s, we were off by about 400 nautical miles from where the hurricane actually went to where it was forecast to go. More recently, we're in the sub 200 mile range. And now in 2018, the goal is to be sub 100 nautical mile range. I'm going to show you a very, very brief movie about Hurricane Irene, and you'll see it develop from the satellite point of view. Then you'll see a track that NOAA provides 4 days in advance. Let's see how we did. That's impressive. All right. 4 days, more time to protect lives. 4 days, more time to protect property. 4 days is a lot of time, and that every time I see that movie, I'm always impressed. So thank you. Now, people ask me a lot during the missions, Jason, what do you think about when you're up there flying? And this image really speaks to me personally. Because when we're flying a mission, sometimes it's a very somber environment on the aircraft because we realize that people are about to be impacted, sometimes severely, when a hurricane makes landfall. And I want you to look at the picture on the screen. Look at the family situation in the hurricane shelter. Look at the emotion on the mother's face. And it's not too hard to imagine that their world's being reduced to a very basic level. Questions like, am I in danger? Will my home be destroyed? Is my family safe? This is exactly what NOAA answers every single day because NOAA obtains the best information available so the best possible decisions can be made. And if you believe in our mission, you believe in what we do with the NOAA Hurricane Hunters, I'll ask you to keep on doing what you're doing right now. Keep on refining the hurricane models, keep improving the algorithms, and keep sharing NOAA's products. Because it takes such a huge lift from a lot of people to get us off the ground. It's a huge team effort. and it's really defined by the mantra of mission first, people always. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? My name is Christina Parisi, and I work for the U.S. Commercial Service of the International Trade Administration and the U.S. Department of Commerce. We are the export promotion arm of the Department of Commerce, and that means that we help U.S. companies enter new markets and to expand their sales around the world. I'm here to tell you about a company, Cloud Microphones. As it says, they make microphones and other audio products. In particular, I'm here to tell you about Roger Cloud, and he is the hero of our story, but he's not the only one. So when I first met Roger in 2012, he had done a lot of things right. He had gotten access to really cool old-time RCA technology, and along with the grandson, had modernized it for electronics these days. He also invented the first ever mic activator, which is now being sold around the world. He worked with the U.S. Patent and Trade Office to get his patents. He had gotten access to capital. He even had some really good sales in the U.S., in Canada, and also in a few countries around the world. So from Roger's perspective, he had climbed a mountain and was coming down the other side, and his journey was almost over. Well, this is where I come in. I'm that person in Chapter 8 who says, sorry to let you know this, but I've been on that road before with many great nights, and it has pitfalls and dragons. So I'm here to help you. Yes, I am, and let's see what we can do. The first thing upon looking at his sales and his model is I noticed he did not have copyright protection around the world. And this could have really killed his company. He hadn't really got. So I protocol to that saved him in his distribution channel. And the background, too many middlemen research, a very good foundation for planning your strategy. I looked at some about remanufactured. So we got a really good plan together, and the next step was to bring in the Scouts. The Scouts, otherwise known as the Foreign Commercial Service in our other countries. And they provided a lot of different services and products for him. Things such as additional custom market research, and this happened in Germany and also in Russia. We did some partner matchmaking, some business matchmaking in South Korea and Mexico. We also did some initial outreach and got some informal matchmaking in Israel as well. So as you can see, this was kind of all over the place, but there was a little bit of method to the madness based on the strategy. And the next step out of all of this was to get additional funding. The Small Business Administration has a grant called the State Trade and Export Promotion, and they give these grants to states who then match it and then use that money to help U.S. exporters. So I got Roger into this program very early, and he was a heavy user of that program, and this allowed him to offset his costs of all of the things I just spoke about, as well as provide additional capital for him to do some marketing and some initial branding. Well, the results spoke for themselves. We started to see some immediate traction in those markets. And as his sales started to grow and he became more known around the world, we then used our staff as well to promote his participation at certain trade shows, that he was allowed to get into more trade shows because of the STEP grant. So before you meet Roger, I want to take a little minute to talk about how he's not the only hero. And the other heroes are people in this room, and our people who are watching, and the people who aren't watching, and I hope will watch later. Because I cannot help the U.S. companies without the support that I get from people around the world. It takes a global village to help U.S. exporters. I am lucky, I'm in the field. I get to meet companies, I get to meet the people, I get to meet their wives and their children. I get to see when they get additional sales, I get to see them hire new employees, I get to see those employees starting on their first day of work. It's extremely gratifying, but I know a lot of you are removed from that process and you don't get to meet those people. And right now is an opportunity for you to meet them. So I'd like you to introduce Roger. is coming. It's worth the wait.
It's really a big deal for a lot of our customers because so many products in our industry, almost all the products in our industry are manufactured overseas. And a lot of American companies manufacture products and assemble them here, but they're still doing their metal work overseas, or they're still doing their circuit board assemblies overseas. And for us, we wanted to step up to the challenge to see, can we do this start to finish and do it all in America? And I'm very proud to say that we've been able to do that through our partners here in Tucson and on the Navajo Nation. It was really against all odds. People told us that you were going to have to go to Asia. You're going to have to go to Asia. You're going to have to make this in China. There's no way that you can do this here. The economics aren't going to work, and so forth. But we just wouldn't take no for an answer, and we searched for partners for the fabrication and eventually the circuit board manufacturing, and we've been very fortunate. One of our best suppliers is Tuo Dene.
I am a Navajo. In our culture, we have a clanship system where we identify ourselves through our clan. And and I would say that in our native tongue is meaning I am of the Mud People clan, born into the Edge of the Water people. Currently, I've been employed here. I started my night here with Tuo Dene Industry. A lot of people say Tuo Dene Industry, but in our culture, in our native tongue, we would say Tuo Dene Industry. We've got a very skilled workforce. It pretty much falls back to our ancestor days where we did intricate work of jewelry, assembly work of turquoise, and kind of relates to what we do here. We do intricate soldering, assembly, forming, which instills quality into our culture also. And I see that in our people that are hands-on assemblers that we provide instructions to, and we fabricate to the customer's requirement. All my working life, I've worked on the Navajo Indian Reservation, helping my people get through the obstacles of all the activities of manufacturing.
We took bids from all over, China, from Mexico, and from one of the bids came in from the Tuo Dene, which is the Navajo Nation, the Native Americans up north here in Arizona, and it was really a no-brainer decision for us, because the primary investor in Cloud Microphones is a Vietnam vet, and when it came time to choose, you couldn't choose anything else. I mean, the man bled for this country, and he said he's going to keep the money and the jobs here in this country, and it was a great idea.
I think it's time that people wake up and start manufacturing in a sustainable way. There's the human factor to all this, and that's what is so important to us at Cloud Microphones. And that is why we have been determined to keep our manufacturing as local as possible and within the United States. And we've just been really excited to be able to work with Tuo Dene on the Navajo Nation. We couldn't ask for a better partner. We've had great experience working with the U.S. Commercial Service, and as a small company and a new business, it's really been a great catalyst for success for us, especially breaking into new markets overseas. We have new distributors in France and Sales are going up in Germany and throughout the European Union. So we've really tried to use as many of the programs that were available to us as we can, and it's really paid off in a big way. Seeing those international sales going up, seeing those shipments, hundreds of units going out the door and overseas into new markets, because it's helped us as a small, basically local company here in Tucson, Arizona, to reach out across international borders, and we're basically on every continent at this point. In fact, our international sales have grown by 427% in the last 2 years that we've been working with the U.S. Commercial Service, and they're continuing to grow.
Wonderful video for Cloud Microphones. And just a couple of last thoughts is that Roger's journey is not over. He still faces some dragons in these other lands, one of them being intellectual property protection in Asia. There are some concerns about that right now. Another is that his competitors are very big companies and they have deep pockets. So it's really going to take all of us to continue to help companies like Cloud Microphones. And I thank you for your support.
Hello, I'm Krista Stegeman. I'm the Education and Communications Specialist with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Marine Debris Program. And let's get started. We're doomed! That often goes through the minds of environmental scientists or people that are aware of our environmental issues. You might have even thought it yourself at one point. Now, I mean, think about the last time you were at a beach vacation, or even close to a lake or a river or stream or even a storm drain. Chances are you probably thought you were going to see something like this, but you probably saw something more like this, with trash everywhere. It's overwhelming, and it can be very easy to throw our hands up in the air and say, it's too much, nothing we do will ever make a difference, why bother? Now, these are issues that we should be aware of, but we often come to the conclusion that there's nothing left to be done, that we might as well give up. But I'm here to tell you some good news. We are not doomed yet. Yes, these are real issues and they're not small, but there's still something that we can do. Now, the beaches and waterways that you visited are littered with something that we call marine debris, which is basically man-made trash in our ocean and Great Lakes. And this comes in a lot of different forms, the most pervasive being plastics. Now, unfortunately, plastics never truly break down in our environment. They break into smaller and smaller pieces that we call microplastics. And microplastics are actually the majority of the debris that we think in our open oceans, such as our garbage patches. They can either be from those larger plastic pieces that have broken down, or they can actually be manufactured at that small size and found, or as microfibers from synthetic fabrics. Now, marine debris can come in lots of other forms, such as metal or rubber, abandoned or derelict vessels, derelict fishing gear, and a million other things. And unfortunately, it can have a variety of impacts on our environment. One of the most heartbreaking being entanglement of marine animals, where they can get caught and tangled up in this debris. And this can lead from something from a mild irritation to serious injury or death. Marine animals may ingest this debris, either thinking that it's food or accidentally along with their real food because it gets in the way. It fills them up, it makes them feel full so that they're not getting the nutrients they need and can block up their systems. Debris can also damage habitats, smothering or damaging those important or sensitive habitats, and have direct impacts on us by way of hazards to navigation, or the fact that a beach that looks like this is really just plain ugly.
Nobody wants to go and visit a beach like this, and so communities that rely on people coming and visiting their shores can really suffer from that. An economic study actually put a dollar amount on how much a community could suffer based on people willing to travel a little bit farther to go to a nicer beach. Now, all of this debris comes from a variety of sources, be it an overflowing trash can, or garbage that's left behind after a beach visit or a picnic, improper waste management, stormwater runoff, balloon releases, a million things. Now, these are all examples of land-based debris, debris coming from land-based sources. You can also have ocean-based debris, such as derelict fishing gear or trash that washes off the side of a vessel. But no matter what type of debris we're talking about or where it comes from, all marine debris has one thing in common. That's us, people. People are the sole cause of this big environmental problem. But good news, people are the sole cause of this big environmental problem. And that means that people can be the solution. We can still do something about it. We are in control. And another piece of good news, people are starting to take notice of this issue. So because of this, back in 2006, with the passing of the Marine Debris Act, the NOAA Marine Debris Program was established to be the federal lead to address this issue. 2006, that means 10 years of the NOAA Marine Debris Program fighting against marine debris. And you're probably thinking, what does this program actually do? I mean, it's very easy to say, I want to save the world, in a very idealistic way. But we have to think about those tangible, real physical efforts to do something about this big problem of marine debris. And the NOAA Marine Debris Program does that in a variety of ways throughout the country, working with local partners on community-driven projects focused on the needs of each specific region, which includes pretty much everywhere that has a coast throughout the country, including the Caribbean, Alaska, and the Pacific Islands. Now, we support emergency response, responding to emergency situations that result in a lot of debris, such as Hurricanes Katrina and Rita, Sandy, or the debris that washed up after the 2011 Japan tsunami. We support marine debris research to learn a little bit more about this subject and to be able to better address it, on subjects such as derelict fishing gear and its impacts and how to reduce them, or microplastics and learning about how to detect them better and how to interact with our environment. Now, unfortunately, there's so much debris out there right now that we do have to focus on removal, and we do this when and where we can, focusing mostly on shorelines and coastal areas where we can have the greatest impact. And over the 10 years of the program, we've actually removed, through these removal projects, over 5,500 tons of marine debris. That's equal to about the weight of 30 747 jets. It's a lot of debris. And unfortunately, there's still a lot out there. So to stop the accumulation, we also focus on prevention through education and outreach. Through things such as our marine debris curricula, reaching students and the general public through classroom visits and outreach events, supporting projects that use marine debris in unique ways to raise community awareness, or through materials such as our Trash Talk video series, which educate people about marine debris in a fun and interesting way, or a marine debris tracker app, which allows people to easily download it and track the debris that they find while learning a little bit about it in the process. Now, all of these efforts are incredibly, all of these will across to minimize future impacts. Prevention is the ultimate solution. Think about trying to clean up a flooded bathroom with the faucet running without first turning off the faucet. That seems ridiculous. Prevention is basically turning off the faucet. Now, a recent study stated that 8 million metric tons of plastic debris is inputted into our ocean every year from 192 countries. Let's stop that. And we need to work together to do that. The problem is, people can't really address the problem if they don't understand it. And it can also seem so overwhelming. It can seem like one person's efforts are so minuscule in comparison to the big picture. But think if everyone made those little efforts, what a difference we could make. Small behavior changes such as reducing, reusing, recycling can make a really big difference against marine debris. Things such as reducing our use of single-use products, or reusing products, or using a reusable water bottle, and recycling when we can. These are all small efforts that everyone can do and make a big difference. We can join a cleanup and address the debris that already litters our shores. And spread the word, get your friends and family involved, because we can't address the problem if people aren't aware of it. So, we're not doomed yet. There are still a lot of things that can be done, and the NOAA Marine Debris Program is working to do it. One of our local partners wisely stated, done to our environment, no matter how small, have a cumulative effect, then surely the good things, no matter how small, also have a cumulative effect. The NOAA Marine Debris Program is leading efforts to address this problem, and we need to continue these efforts to gain cooperation and enthusiasm so that we can bring our ocean and Great Lakes from a scene that looks something like this to a scene that looks something more like this, free of marine debris. That's our goal, that's our vision, is our shorelines free from the impacts of marine debris. And every single person can be part of that. Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Joanne Hill, and I serve as Chief of the Office of Business Development for the U.S. Department of Commerce Minority Business Development Agency.
Good morning. I'm Alika Kumar, and I'm the Project Director of the Phoenix MBDA Business Center. How are you? Look around you. What do you see? Now, if you'll just indulge me, close your eyes for a moment and look beyond these walls. Do you see any changes? Now look beyond across the states of the United States. Do you see the human landscape changing? By 2042, the racial and ethnic minorities will be the majority of the US population. And regardless of future immigration, the majority will be Hispanics and Asians. 16,000 will be classified multiracial.
Amidst this profound demographic transformation, there are 77 million baby boomers comprising nearly 1/4 of the US population. They will be retiring within the next few years, which will leave an enormous impact on the US economy, slowing down the growth of the US labor force. There will be a growing demand for in the US economy for younger workers and taxpayers. Many of these workers and taxpayers will be immigrants. That's a fact. And the inescapable conclusion that we cannot ignore is that they will play an increasingly important role within the US economy as workers and taxpayers for years to come. That is the scenario and driving challenge to meet our domestic needs. But we live in an economy that is world economic. The US ranks 4th in global competitiveness behind Switzerland, Sweden, and Singapore, and barely ahead of Germany and Japan. Therefore, in order for the US to be strong, given the changing demographics of our nation, the imperative to have strong, thriving, minority-owned businesses is no longer a moral imperative, it's an economic imperative. And our global competitiveness as a nation depends on it.
The good news is that the minority firms are the largest growing business sector in the US. But the US Census Bureau reports that in 2012, there were 8.1 million minority-owned firms employing 7.2 million workers and generating 1.4 trillion in annual gross receipts. If we had parity and the minorities were producing in proportion to the population, we would have 9.9 million minority firms employing 20.4 million workers and generating 4.3 trillion in annual gross receipts. The disparity creates a gap of about $2.9 trillion. In working with minority firms, I have found that they are very hardworking, very committed to their businesses, and willing to put in the sweat and toil to make their businesses successful. But what's even more important is once they're successful, minority firms reach out and help other minority firms be successful by teaming and partnering with them. Let me tell you about Alicia Hernandez. She's the daughter of a veteran and served in the Army herself. And when the Persian Gulf War broke out, she volunteered to go back and serve and is very proud to say that she brought every soldier back, earning her a Bronze Star. Alicia Hernandez is a winner all the way. After military service, she started her own construction firm, got her SBA 8A certification, got her service-disabled veteran-owned business status, and started pursuing government contracts. She opened her business in 2009, and each year she has quadrupled her business. Her personal mission is to help other minority firms grow their businesses and run them successfully. An interesting point to note is that 30% of the US military is comprised of minorities. However, they don't quite get to the officer ranks in the same proportion.
We have to mind the gap. And we're talking about parity, not charity, to be clear. Parity is essential for national economic prosperity. Entrepreneurial parity occurs when the adult minority population and business measures, such as number of firms, gross receipts, and employees, are proportional. If we want a strong America to last, it will have to be a nation where everyone gets a fair shot, does their fair share, and plays by the same set of rules. The Minority Business Development Agency was established in 1969 during a time of upheaval. However, it was also a time of innovation and change. On the more upbeat side, there was the Woodstock Festival, and we put our first man on the moon. At a time of severe racial and political tensions, rage, and unrest, the government recognized that there were gaps that needed to be mended. And unless minorities had access to equality and opportunity, the stability of our nation was at risk. Today, from this movement that we know as the Civil Rights Movement, the Minority Business Development Agency was born, and today has a footprint of 44 business centers located across the United States. These business centers facilitate access to contracts, capital, and market opportunities. Market opportunities including domestic and global market opportunities. They also facilitate teaming arrangements and joint ventures that strengthen our supply chain here in the United States, both domestically and internationally. Our agency provides nationwide data, research findings, and knowledge of constituency priorities, and consults with stakeholders to create an informed public policy agenda concerning the growth of these firms and the changing face of America. In fact, a quick data point that I wanted to the U.S. Census 2000, 82,000 U.S. minority-owned manufacturing firms. These firms generated more than $66 billion in economic output into our economy. Additionally, more than 342,000 employees. That's the reality that we're dealing with, and a key data that I wanted to share.
The MBDA and its funded centers collaborates very extensively with local and federal agencies, and especially within the Department of Commerce. We work very closely with the International Trade Administration, with the Exim Bank, with the U.S. Export Assistance Centers, and with the Small Business Administration.
In fact, another key data point that I wanted to share with you is known firms lead the nation in export. My colleague talks about administration. Ducmarty-owned firms. These are the facts. As well, they have strong export capabilities across industries, and they are more likely to have global operations. And this is why we recommend teaming and joint venturing with these firms. Since Secretary Penny Pritzker's release of Open for Business agenda, the Department of Commerce has been focused on setting conditions for faster economic growth and job creation through advancing trade, innovation, and data for American businesses. NBDA helped advance the NEI Next, which is an important initiative and includes initiatives such as the White House Doing Business in Africa, the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, as well as the Look South campaign. As a result, we are opening doors for more American exports and made in America products around the globe. In 2014, our agency generated more than $710 million in exports.
That's great news. That's great information. We're doing good work, but there's still a gap. There's a huge void. Why is this problematic?
The gap in national revenues as a result of disparity is problematic. It creates inequality and it stunts prosperity. In his remarks on economic mobility, President Obama said that the defining challenge of our time was the dangerous and growing inequality and lack of upward mobility that has jeopardized the middle class. The understanding that if you work hard, you get a chance to get ahead. It is even more problematic because the success or failure of minority enterprises increasingly will drive the success or failure of the U.S. economy. Economic inequality poses serious threats to our nation. In fact, some of the negative impacts include our nation's economic growth, education, long-term GDP, America's safety, and it stifles the American dream.
So while there are problems to solve, there are success stories, many success stories. Let me tell you about Clarence McAllister. He started his own telecommunication infrastructure development firm, and in 2005, when he first came across the NBDA Business Center, he was generating about $5 million in annual gross receipts. Well, he sought the help of the NBDA Business Center as well as other support organizations and soon got his 8A certification, and within 3 years catapulted his business to exponential growth. Today he generates 23 million in annual gross receipts and employs 120 workers. And beyond that, he's training his employees to prepare for the future. But beyond their businesses, minority businesses impact our economy. They generate demand for community benefits such as transportation, infrastructure development, affordable housing, quality education, and profitable minority businesses then go out and increase economic activity in their communities. I'm sure when you've gone out shopping, you've seen them spending their money. They patronize local grocery stores, local restaurants, they bank with local banks, and they sell innovative products and services. And so I believe that it's time, America, to act. We all are in it together. We all need to ensure that our minority businesses, and in fact all small businesses, thrive and grow and become globally competitive. It's time to act so that we are creating together parity for national economic prosperity.
We can work together through collaboration and dialogue between federal agencies and stakeholders to address what can be done to affect these barriers to entry. These will go a long way through collaboration. Perhaps we could help increase access to capital for much needed growth, unbundle contracts to create more opportunities for these firms, and help provide education for a more skilled workforce.
And at the agency level, maybe consider how you structure contracts so they include more small businesses and minority businesses. After all, it's the small businesses that create local jobs. And then it's also important to make sure that we are creating opportunities across all industry sectors. Often the set-asides are met through construction contracts. It would be good to spread that across all industry sectors. And then in your everyday life, just be more aware and cognizant of these issues. When you see a minority, make sure that you do whatever you can to help them be more successful. Patronize local minority businesses.
So, be a part of the movement that is vested in the success of minority-owned businesses. See these businesses as an economic engine for the U.S. economy. Let's work together to mind the gap and remove the obstacles for parity for national economic prosperity. Because ultimately, it's about our health as a nation and our competitiveness in the global economy. Our future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fred Lattiparisa. I'm the International Trade Specialist Director of the U.S. and Commercial Service. Can you hear me? Well, I'll try again. Can you hear me now? Well, good morning. My name is Fred Lattiparisa, International Trade Specialist Director from Southern California. Before I start my talk about international trade, a pathway to prosperity, I'd like to share with you and my colleagues that are not here is the men and women from the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service. There's 1,400 of us. The U.S. Export Assistance Center, over 100, from California to New York. The U.S. embassies and consulate, commercial officers and commercial specialists, from Indonesia to the Netherlands. One of my proudest accomplishments with the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service is when I was asked to be on the advance team in 1994 with the late Secretary Ron Brown during the APEC meetings in Jakarta, Indonesia. In 1999, the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service established a historic agreement with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians to open up the first U.S. Export Assistance Center in collaboration with the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service. Besides my duties, the other part that I'm very proud of, I'm a member of the White House Asia Pacific Islanders in helping Asian Pacific. With that, I'd like to have you join me and start my journey, which was not too long ago. I'd say probably about 10 years ago. My father, he's my mentor. This picture was taken of my brother, myself, my mother. And he had a dream. He had a dream for the family. Let me talk a little bit about Indonesia. I was born there. I was also a Dutch citizen. Indonesia was a colony for 3 centuries of the Dutch. So we were considered Dutch citizen, also known as Dutch Indies. Many of you may already know that Indonesia is the 4th largest populated country in the world, representing over 17,000 islands. 3,000 of it is only being utilized. But the important part when I share with you my journey from Indonesia is that international trade was already part of my DNA. So it's a wonderful start, and my father, he had a dream. He had a dream saying, you know, right after World War II, he was in a concentration camp, both him and my mother, during the Japanese occupation. So he had a dream when he saw those airplanes coming through the islands that one day he's going to be in America with his family. And that's the journey that started. Of course, Indonesia is one of the 7 wonders of the world. You could see the Borobudur. Some of you may have already been there. So he decided, well, we're Dutch citizens, right? Let's make a better world for this family. Let's go to Holland. And you're going, well, you got this nice tropical weather. And then you're going to Holland. We arrived, I remember, it was -10. You go, who are these funny-looking people that don't even look like me? We were there for 10 years. We were Dutch citizens. There were challenges, and my dad recognized that. Although we were Dutch citizens, we were put in refugee camps. And we were treated like second-class citizens. So my dad, again, his dreams, he said, we're going to America. And sure enough, we got the visa in 1962. We arrived in New York. I still remember that. We arrived in New York, took the Aeroplane to Chicago, took the Santa Fe to Los Angeles. What a wonderful experience. And now I want to start out sharing with you what many of you already know about President Kennedy. What he said is, what can you give back to this wonderful country, America? Well, it started with my brother and myself joining the U.S. military. He joined the Army, I joined the Navy during the Vietnam veterans era. A little story behind that. I have a history of being motion sickness, but I still joined the Navy. And I survived, as you could tell. But that was a start of giving back to the United States government from a public's perspective. You're probably wondering, where's Fred going with this? With Run Island, Indonesia, and Manhattan, New York. Well, Run Island, I did a little research, and I found out that my great-grandmother was born there. And Run Island in 1600s, many of you probably remember that, is the gold standard, was nutmeg, okay? It was a feud between the British and the Dutch. Make the story really short here. What happened was the British exchanged, they wanted the nutmeg, which was gold. And the Dutch says, okay, we're going to give you Manhattan. And that's the story, and that's the truth. So today, you could see the correlation, what's happening with trade. You could see the New York, what's happening. And you could see Run Island. Run Island today, they don't have any electricity. No power. It's a small village. Hardly any water. And take a look at New York. That started back in 1600. Imagine if you could go back 400 years and you know what's going to happen today. We would be in a different world, wouldn't we? I'd like to start with my career as I joined the Navy. I joined this wonderful organization called the U.S. and Foreign Commercial Service, with the offices overseas, where, again, giving back to what America has given back to our family is helping companies expand markets overseas, helping those small companies. And one of the companies that I met was Combustion Associates. And one of the greatest projects that I worked from the beginning with about 20 years ago, when they were only just a husband and wife. They had a 10 by 10 office. But they were determined. And how I got along with them is that Kusum Kavya, the president, she had a similar background as myself. She was born in India, moved in Kenya, moved to the UK, and the rest is history. To America. They started this power generation company. Solutions, how do you make it better? They took a look at a country like Benin, found out about it through the U.S. Commercial Service that we provided a lead. And I said, we have a company here that will help you provide 80 megabytes of power energy in this village. And you could see this village is basically nothing. So as a result of that, they got a $2-3 million project that was awarded to them in support, working closely with the U.S. Embassy in Benin, our offices in Washington, D.C., the Advocacy Office, the Commercial Service, the commercial officers. And there it is. This is what, as a result of a company that started in India, born, went to Kenya, educated in the UK, immigrated to America, and collaborating and working closely together with the U.S. Commercial Service. This is the success. Many of you may recognize the E Award. The E Award was given out several years back by then Secretary of Commerce Law. And this is where the rubber meets the road. This is truly an exciting story when an immigrant such as Kusum Kavya from Combustion Associates and her husband. So with that, I'd like to finish off with sharing my last statement is, I found this very profound, and I'm reading it to you, is that Combustion Associates, one company, saw the vision of expanding with the aid of the U.S. and Commercial Service. Where there are genuine relationships, there are opportunities for success and growth through collaboration. International trade brings collaboration and prosperity, not just to this company, but to me and my family. Thank you.
So for our final speaker of the session, he cannot join us here in person, but he is going to be speaking to us from
Good morning, everyone.
Juneau,
My
Alaska.
talk today is on duty and compassion in emergency response. My name is Joel Curtis. I'm with the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Juneau, Alaska. My title is Warning Coordination Meteorologist, and I'm also an incident meteorologist. I've been in the National Weather Service for 33 years. And just so that you know where, some of you might not know where Juneau is located, we're in the southeast panhandle, the southeastern portion of Alaska that I've shown on the map here. Today I'm going to talk about Sitka, Alaska. I was headed down to Sitka on a routine office business trip, and I was going down to Sitka to re-up them for their tsunami red heat designation, which is a measure of preparedness on tsunamis. Sitka is a port. It's on Sitka Sound on the Gulf of Alaska, and the only way to get there from Juneau is either by plane or by ferry. And so I got on the ferry on August 16th and was headed to Sitka. The ferry ride takes about 2.5 hours or so, and upon arrival, it was serendipitous that I got a text message on my cell phone. Could you please come to the fire hall immediately? And I thought this was going to be a routine business trip. Well, when I got there, there had been a major oil spill. 30,000 gallons of diesel fuel had spilled into a holding tank at the City of Sitka power plant. 2,500 gallons were in a storm drain, and 500 gallons were unaccounted for, probably by a hurry with this oil. It was a very to clean up the oil. And one of the things that I had told them was that we were going to get some rather heavy rains the next day. Well, the incident pretty much finished, and they really didn't need an incident meteorologist anymore. And so the next day, I go to the harbor master and I start a regular business conversation with him. And we were talking about the impacts of tsunamis on the port of Sitka. And I get a text message from the fire hall. Could you please come to the fire hall immediately? Folks, it was deja vu again. I just couldn't believe it. So I was thinking, is this some repeat of a text message or what? Well, it turns out that it wasn't. There were a number of landslides due to the heavy rain, a great big wind shift, and the fact that there are steep slopes around there and that the ground was pre-soaked. Unfortunately, the Kramer Avenue slide, which hit on the 18th, was very, very devastating. It killed 3 people, it obliterated a home, and it tore the garage off another home and completely blocked the street. And it was a real tragedy, and the emergency services in Sitka, Alaska were completely overwhelmed by having several slides going on all at the same time. So at this point, I really came to a career moment. This was something that I had never really figured that was going to happen to me as a warning coordination meteorologist. I know that incident meteorologists face this issue sometimes, but it was a real sensitive moment for me. When I was told that the landslide had caught 3 people and a few of them had escaped, I got in the fire truck with the fire department chief, and we went right up to the landslide, and we were looking there having a conversation. And this was a very, very serious moment for me, was that Chief Miller looked me in the eye and said, is this slide going to move again? And we're standing there in the rain coming down, and as you can see, it's rainy and foggy conditions. And I told Chief Miller, I said, I'm just going to take an estimate. I'd say it's probably a 30% chance that the slide is going to move again. And he looked me back in the eye with, I could see the water welling up in his eyes, and he said to me, even if it's a 1% chance that the slide is going to move again, we can't send the teams in to try and recover the 3 individuals that were buried in this. And what I found out later was that one of the people that was buried, and it was just a few yards from us when we were having this conversation, was the fire marshal for the city and borough of Sitka. And Sitka Mountain Rescue was standing by, waiting to go in, as well as 250 volunteers. And those people would have pulled out and done anything to try and rescue or recover those people that were buried in the slide. So it turned out that day there were 7 slides, again 3 victims, 2 young men who were drywalling in the house that was obliterated, and the fire marshal who was inspecting the drainage for the area. Also, a giant sinkhole had appeared downtown at the laundromat, and it was really, really strange. It was so much water was going into that sinkhole. It was just unbelievable. And I think a stream had actually diverted into it. Tannery was evacuated due to one of the slides, and a couple of hundred people were actually had to be taken out of that area. And then it turns out that landslides are really part of the ecosystem in Sitka, Alaska. So on the 11th of April, got about an inch of rain, and that moistened up the ground. And then the deluge on the 18th, which was a major part of the causing of the mud and landslides, was 2.66 inches. 2.53 inches of that fell in 6 hours. Well, National Weather Service forecasters are used to loss. The kinds of things that we deal with, folks, are natural hazards. And we have terrible fires going on today in Alberta, and people are being evacuated. We know that there will be casualties, such as in Joplin, Missouri, at Hurricane Katrina. Deepwater Horizon, a bunch of the crew was killed during the explosion of that rig. And all of these things, we forecasters face loss. But what was really unique to me and made it a career moment was the fact that I was standing next to the fire chief, and the decisions were being made with me on the scene, and that it was his friend that was in the slide. Well, the difficulties of trying to start recovery operations were huge. One of the worst things about this was that we could not see the top of the landslide. Rain was continuing. We had low ceilings that persisted for a couple of days, and even sent the helicopter from the Coast Guard. By the way, the Coast Guard was just these really wonderful partners in this whole recovery event. And the Coast Guard helicopter didn't want to get both neither into the clouds or have the prop wash of the helicopter actually push down on the slide and maybe even cause more of a slide. So we never could see the top for the first couple of days, and there were no geologists on the scene, and I was having to do a lot of different, we finally got a geologist at the top, and they were able to see the top of the slide. My duties for the next 7 days were weather forecasts, a lot of stand-up weather briefings to the team, and also a weather watch. Thou shalt not deny the weather that's occurring. On a couple of days, we actually had thunderstorms moving into the area. Any additional rain on top of the slides would hamper recovery operations in that the slide could move again. And so safety was the first order of business in any of this, and you just don't want to put recovery teams on top of something that's unstable and that you would end up having to rescue the rescuers. So these were things outpouring of gratitude and help from the community. Every time I turned around in the incident command post, there was another plate of food sitting in front of me, or can we get you anything to drink, or what can we do to help you? And they even moved me to a really nice hotel where I could be sure to get some sleep in my off time. So it was just terrific. The community was outstanding. I love them dearly, and I'll forever love the community of Sitka. So there were a lot of things that you had to improvise on this particular incident. One of which was using the hydrographs to understand what the water was doing in the basins up there. My friend, Lieutenant Munoz from the Coast Guard, he set up this idea where we stretched out some tape to see if the slide was moving. And by the way, on the second night, the slide moved another couple of feet. We had to do some recon around the slide, so we were looking at it, and one of the things that we came up with, besides looking at the hydrograph, the Indian River Basin, which could tell me how much the water was draining out of the basin, and then I could extrapolate that to the water that was draining out of the slides, was that we would have to look at the viscosity, or rather how thick the goo was in the slide. And I could take a rock and throw into that goo, and whenever it would go plop, we knew that there was still plenty of lubricant in there to move all the trees and the rocks and the debris. So the slide, it took a really long time before the crews could actually get into the heart of it and start removing the debris. Another indicator was the water color. If the water was very, very brown, that meant that the sediment was still moving around inside of the slide. When the water cleared out, that was an indicator that the slide was really draining. So after 7 or 8 days, I had to go back to Juneau. They had recovered 2 of the bodies, but they had not found the fire marshal yet. And one of the things when you go out on a very intense decision support incident like this is that it's really, really hard to let go. So I couldn't really not monitor the situation, even though I was back in Juneau and supposed to be resting to go back and do my normal duties. I kept checking on the weather and checking on the weather. And the reason is that when you're in an intense incident like that, you make so many close friendships with the people that you're working with that you're really still concerned about them and what's going on and is it successful. Which leads me on to the duty has to take over. Thinking really tough. It was a real tough moment for me to be standing next to Chief Miller and helping him make those decisions. But you just have to really keep a game face on and go on and get the job done and keep up with the safety of the recovery crews, which is the main mission while you're there. And the other thing was that I have friends forever really special to me, and I love them dearly, and will always remember my time working with them on this tragic event. So thank you very much for my attention. That's my story, and there's one last look at the slide that you can see goes all the way to the ridgeline. Thank you very much.
So it's Public Employee Service, Public Service Recognition Week. We have 300 people watching us all around the world who are Department of Commerce employees. We recognize you. You're essential, you're important, you deserve this recognition. I wish you all could take a bow. A few more of you will at noon. We're going to hear stories from PTO, from NIST, BIS, NOAA, ITA, and Turkey. So please come back at noon. There'll be more stories again at 2. And again, I bow to the employees of the Department of Commerce. Thank you.
Someone just told me that evidently we're showing this in the NIST cafeteria.
Ooh.
So there might be quite a few people. That's a lot of people.
Lee Biglow's in the house. Join me up here, Lee Biglow. We wanted you to have the novel experience of coming to an event that actually was on schedule. We're trying, guys, so let's see if we can pull this off. I want to thank you for joining us to celebrate Public Service Recognition Week, and you deserve the recognition. So do so many Commerce employees. I think you'll learn that as you listen to our stories. And of course, we want to thank the speakers this morning were incredible. And it's going to keep up. There's great stuff coming your way.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo thank you to the speakers this morning. And could we have a round of applause even before they hit the stage for this session's speakers? They're tremendous, I promise you. So just to give you a little bit of a recap, if you didn't join us this morning, you might not know that in January, the performance team of the Department of Commerce launched a call for story pitches of how the Department of Commerce helps its customers. And these were story pitches that came from employees across the world. We had over 150 submissions. And the stories that you're about to hear were selected from those pitches. We would very much like to thank the Census Center for New Media and Promotion, which is allowing this to be live cast today. We'd like to thank all sorts of other people, including Bethany Blakey, who is sitting in the audience now. She provided training around storytelling as well as how to give a very powerful presentation in not so ideal circumstances.
Hope she's savoring the fruit of her work.
That's right. And of course, to the Performance Improvement Council, with which we partnered on this innovative project.
If you'd like to know more about the Performance Improvement Council, Bethany and Kate Josephs, the executive director, are here. And they're helping us share best practices so we can move along in maturing in performance management more quickly because we share. Okay. Now, we are starting this session, and several of them, with award-winning Commerce employees. And I have one for you. Fred, and I'm going to say his name correctly. I will. Latuprasia? Fred Latuprasia. He just, like yesterday, won an award from the International Trade Organization for exemplary world trade person. And thank you so much, Fred. He's going to lead us in reaffirming our oath of office. Please join us, Fred. And the oath, I believe, will appear up here. If not, it's on the back of your program.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please stand up?
I, Chris Heflin, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God.
Thank you very much. You could be seated. And now let the talk begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Van Gilbert. I'm a patent examiner with the United States Patent and Trademark Office, and I'm here to discuss our White House initiative. You remember that first time you ever rode on a roller coaster? Remember? You're standing in line, waiting. You see your friends go ahead of you. You finally get buckled in. You hear the clink, 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 clink as you're going up the hill, and then all of a sudden you're launched into a barrage of twists and turns and loop-de-loops and the occasional tunnel that could create a disorienting effect. Now, for some people, that can genuinely be a terrifying experience. But now imagine that if you were to ride that roller coaster for the first time, But now you have somebody buckled in next to you. And that person is there to tell you, hey, here's the next drop. Here's the next turn. Here's what to expect. And thousands of people have done this before. You're buckled in, they got through it, and you're going to get through it just fine as well. Well, that's what I do. I buckle in and a group of my colleagues buckle in every day with inventors for who, one reason or another, choose to file for their patent applications with the USPT, Patent and Trademark Office, and they choose to do it without representation, such as having an attorney or an agent represent them. We call these people, or these inventors, pro se applicants. There's your Latin lesson for the day. You're going to hear me use the word pro se. That means somebody who's not represented. Now, of about the 400,000 applications that come across the patent, and they come to the office with their dreams, they spend a lot of time, a lot of money, and they are expecting a great experience, and then all of a sudden they're hit with a barrage of unextendable deadlines, fees, and writings that just may not make sense, and the ride quickly turns into something like this. They just don't have it in them to go any further. And that's the last thing we want. So we do remind these applicants that, you know, the patent process is about like a roller coaster ride. It has its ups and downs. And like roller coasters, they all have names, right? Like the executioner. Got it. I know what you're thinking, right? You think executioner, you think this guy. Somebody who's there to just lop off your dreams. And the unfortunate perception is that many people feel that way about government. They feel like, here, they take my money and I get nothing out of it. But just like that roller coaster ride, where there's the perception of creating the disarray, there's the reality of you're on a safety, you're safely harnessed in, it's going to end. We look to a different version of execute. And that is to put into plan, to put into place, to act upon. And with us, we help you in executing a plan for patentability. I mean, look at me. Do I look like that guy on the previous slide? Don't answer that, really. But, you know, clearly we know the answer to that. But I can tell you what is scary. This is the manual that we use for the patent process. 26 pounds. Single-spaced, double-sided, written in English, looks like Greek, looks like that. That's just one page. The highlight is the table of contents. But just because it's difficult to read and get through doesn't mean it can't be done. You just have to let your fear be outweighed by your resolve. So what do? I'm part of a small group that has been in full swing for about 18 months now. We buckle in every day, like I said, with these pro se inventors, and we get them through the patent process. We are part of a White House initiative. And like anything that has anything to do with government ever, thou shalt have an acronym. Our acronym is SMILE. Why do we pick SMILE? They're easy. They convey fondness. They put you at ease. It doesn't matter what your heritage, your culture is. It's a universal language. We can be speaking two different languages, but the SMILE will connect us. And it's my favorite price. It's free. So what does SMILE represent? S. We simplify the language. We take the 26 pounds of this, and we condense it down so that our inventors can understand it better. M. We maintain customer service. We let our inventors know that, hey, we're buckled in next to you. Pick up the phone and call us. That's why we are there. That's what we do. I. We inform the inventors. We let them know what their options are so that they can best see how to proceed throughout the roller coaster and which options are best for them. L. We listen to our inventors. You hear the phrase growing up, don't just hear, listen. That's what we do. We listen to what their concerns are. We understand their concerns, and it actually makes us better at our job because when we see issues arise again, it makes us better at what we do. Finally, E. We educate the inventor. We are finding that as many of our pro se applicants are finishing the roller coaster ride, they enjoyed it enough that they're going to do it again, and they're getting back on again, filing for new applications. And so as a result, we do provide a bit of an educational experience so that as they get on that ride again, they're better prepared and they know better what to expect. Now, with that said, I have two stories. Now, You remember those old police shows where they would say, we changed the names to protect the innocent? We didn't do that here. These are real people, real names, real inventions, and it starts with Roy Reich. That is Roy right in the middle. He was assigned to my colleague Albert, actually here today. And the name, oh, honest with you, it's after the lunch hour. My goal is to keep you awake as a courtesy to the people who are coming behind me. So just trust me, it has something to do with liquids and antennas. So go with me on this. And Roy was obviously a very well-educated man. He knew his field very well. He actually knew how to properly file for a patent, but one of the problems that we were having was that Roy was not exactly telling us what he wanted in his invention. And this is a very common problem. For example, I show you this bicycle, and if I ask you, audience, what do you see on the screen? You would say, I see a... Good, glad you're coming with me on this. So the problem with the job that Albert and I have, well, not with the problem, it's just what we do, is that it's not enough to say that, hey, my invention is a bicycle. You have to tell us what makes that bicycle a bicycle. We call that a claim. And you see a sample of a claim up here. And here's your legalese. I gave you Latin earlier. Now you're getting your street legal language. A claim is the actual definition of what makes your invention your invention. So in other words, you have to take your invention and put it in words. And what the issue was going on with Albert and Roy was that Roy had his vision of what he thought his invention was, and then Albert had his vision as to what he thought Roy's invention was. And they were going through some twists and turns. Excuse me. They finalized some details, and Roy's ride on the roller coaster came to an end in June 2015 with patent number 9046405. There's his invention, the wet chip. He considers Albert the godfather of the wet chip. He actually left his job this past March to pursue it full time. He gives us periodic updates on how he's trying to get it to market, and we certainly wish Roy well. Now, with that said, I have a second story. This involves Roger Helton. You can see him holding his patent right there, so you know how the story ends, right? Roger was assigned to another one of my coworkers, Sarah. Roger is from North Carolina, which is the furniture capital of the world. Roger had been working with furniture all of his life, and he came up with a new type of joint connection system for assembling furniture so that it makes it easier in the process. He had filed for his patent application, and as you can see, there's some pictures on the left of actually what patented. And he received a piece of correspondence from the office. This is one page of it, which I'll just be honest with you, that can be as scary as this manual down here. And he had called Sarah up and said, Sarah, do you remember my application? Of course, she said that she did. And he said, I received the letter saying my invention was rejected. I believe it's different. I haven't seen anything like it out there. I believe it should be worthy of a patent. I just don't know what the office wants me to do. And Sarah reminded Roger that she was buckled in next to him. And she listened to Roger explain the differences between what his invention was and other inventions that were very similar to it. And as they were carrying on this conversation, when Roy originally felt that he was at the bottom of the hill, that first hill in that roller coaster ride, and he just didn't have it to go any further, that changed when Sarah said, Roger, there's no reason you can't get a patent on this. We just have to fix the language. And he said, so you're saying I can get a patent? She said, of course you can. We just have to fix it. And in September 2015, Roger's ride came to an end with patent number 9125464. Those are just two stories that I have. Everybody in my group has them, including myself. We could be here all day telling them. Currently, as of the 18 months that we began, we are buckled in with over 1,000 pro se inventors. We have issued over 200 patents, and those numbers are growing daily. So know that if you are someone who chooses to file before the USPTO, and you choose to go at it alone, know that there's somebody like Albert, Sarah, or myself to be there to buckle in next to you and smile. Now, I've said enough. And I do wish to leave you with one final quote from one more inventor as to what he thought of our White House initiative.
Is at USPTO, right down to the building. Listen patiently to my story and goals. It's a personal project for about an hour, getting me smart on patent searches using East. Very productive afternoon, and a very pleasant and encouraging experience. Not all the bureaucracy I expected from the federal government. A heartfelt thanks to you all.
Well, there was a little more to that slide. We did actually have the 200 patents listed, so we did actually issue those patents. That said,
After I arrived at the Madison Building, Mike got me started, listened patiently to my story and goals, and the librarian, who assisted me, made me his personal project for about an hour, getting me smart on patent searches using East. Very productive afternoon, and a very pleasant and encouraging experience. Not all the bureaucracy I expected from the federal government. A heartfelt thanks to you all.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. My name is Ron Jones. I'm a staff scientist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology in Gaithersburg, Maryland. Today, I'm going to talk to you about a problem and an opportunity. The problem is that the United States, over the last 100 years or so, has amassed the most impressive and the largest scientific body ever known to humankind. Sounds like not much of a problem, right? But the problem is that increasingly, that scientific community and the companies that would actually take that innovation that they're always generating daily, those companies, they're becoming separated from that scientific community. Increasingly, it's becoming very difficult to take the innovation that's being generated, big government labs, and moving it into companies. Why is that? Really, the first problem is that science is no longer done in simple laboratories like you might see on TV shows. I think we're sort of past the days where you take a blue liquid, you take a beaker of a yellow liquid, you mix them together, and oh my goodness, I've just created the world's first green liquid. This is great. Let's patent it, let's put it out there, let's make $1 billion. So those days are gone. Science, for the most part, especially really leading edge science, is done in really big facilities with really big equipment. And so that becomes a problem. That becomes a problem because it's now really too expensive. It's inaccessible to even companies like ExxonMobil. So I'm going to start off by telling my story through a few numbers. And the first number that I want to tell you is the number 17. 17 is the number of what we call user facilities in the US. These are user facilities that are available for everyone to use. They're actually federally funded. They are available across the entire United States. And these are facilities where really big science is done. In fact, the science is done at facilities that exceed the size of a shopping mall or even a lot of neighborhoods. These are really big. They're multi-billion-dollar facilities. So they're really out of the access of just about everyone to build, except for federal governments. And in fact, most federal governments around the world cannot build these types of facilities. So this is really a treasure that the United States has, are these user facilities. And again, they are open to access to people from all over the world. But there are several barriers there that we identified that really have prevented companies from really leveraging and using these facilities to their maximum value. So I'm going to give you another number. The number is 350. 350 is the number of days that I tell companies when they ask me, Ron, I want to go do something at these user facilities. It sounds great, really cutting edge science. I say, well, it's going to be about 350 days from the time that you, a person who has no idea what you're doing, is probably going to take in order to get real access to those user facilities. So we're talking about a year. Now, if I tell a company, it's about a year from the time you have that wow moment to the time where you can actually test to see whether this is really going to be something or nothing. I might as well be telling them, you need to go find another way to get this done. So that's a real problem, because this is an important driver for our economy, and we need to be able to connect these really important facilities to that customer base. And so I started to wonder, is there any way to go about doing this, connecting these people? So I'll tell a little bit of a personal story. When I started at National Institute of Standards and Technology, or what we call NIST, back in the early 2000s, there was a big race among the microelectronics companies to try to make circuits. It'd be even smaller and smaller and smaller. Every couple of years coming out with a smaller microchip, faster. Everybody was racing to build the internet that we now rely on. And companies like Intel and IBM were really interested in an important problem. As you keep making those little wires smaller and smaller and smaller, eventually they worried, now we're starting to make wires and components in those microchips that are only a few atoms thick. They might go from solid to liquid, actually. That's a real concern. You might imagine if you pick up your iPhone, you start talking on it, and the iPhone starts to leak out. Well, I think we can all agree that's a problem, right? That's a reason why your day is bad. So they came to us. Why did they come to us? Intel has one of the largest research budgets of any company. They have really talented scientists. Why did they come to us? They came to us in part because we had something that they just could not get their hands on. We had a nuclear reactor. That's right, a nuclear reactor. Now, I just want to take this a moment right here just to say, I did not build a nuclear reactor. I do not know how to build a nuclear reactor. I want to be very clear on that point. And so when I say nuclear reactor, most people think of these kinds of nuclear reactors that you see in the countryside. They're iconic towers putting out steam. But in fact, these kinds of nuclear reactors are designed for one thing. They're designed to make electricity. And in fact, they would not be very useful for what we're trying to do. The nuclear reactor at NIST actually looks totally different. It's still a very big facility, it's still a very expensive facility. But the nuclear reactor at NIST is designed to make neutrons. Beams of neutrons. These beams of neutrons then come through a big array of instruments in a hall that looks much like an airplane hangar. It's very impressive. A lot of really amazing science goes on there. Neutrons are really nice because neutrons are sort of like X-rays. If you think about going to the doctor and getting a medical X-ray, you take a look at a picture of your chest there, you can see the bones, you can see your ribs, and the X-rays just go right through all of the organic matter. It's really, really helpful. If you were to do the same thing with neutrons, you might think about it this way. Neutrons are really sensitive to the organic matter. You'd get the reverse image. You'd get all the picture of the skin and all the muscle and all of that, but the bones would be absent. And so in a lot of cases, you can see things, especially in organic systems, that really it provides a unique way to see what's going on in the world and understand the world that's around us. And so you can see that this is really powerful, right? So we can see inside microchips. You can see that we could probably go after a lot of problems in pharmaceuticals, problems in control that innovation. They want to walk out and maybe never tell anyone that they solved this problem. They may want to patent it, they may want to trademark it, but regardless, they need to have control over it. As the federal government, we kind of look at it very differently. We're funded by the average taxpayer, right? And so we are, there is one more one more number that I'll bring up, and it's a number that really characterizes the level of science that's going on at NIST, and that is the number 4. And number 4 is the number of Nobel Prizes that are currently at NIST. Now, of course, not everybody has a Nobel Prize. Not everybody's going to get one. I can go ahead and clarify for you, I'm not in the running for a Nobel Prize. Nevertheless, it does show the level of science that's going on in this relatively large campus in the Department of Commerce. It's really something that is of great value. So is there a way to bridge? There's clearly real value there. Is there a way to bridge this to the companies that would use this innovation? And so we designed a new consortium, an industrial consortium, of which I am the director, and it's called NSOFT. Now the N loosely represents neutrons, and soft is soft materials. I won't go greatly into what all of that is. Soft materials are things like plastics and proteins in your food and in your drugs. It can also be, everyday consumer products. It can be the things that they're going to make new aircraft out of. So it's a wide range of materials. It's ubiquitous to everything that we do. It happens to be an area that we wanted to focus on as a trial and see how this model would work, using neutrons and soft materials as the driver. And really what we're trying to do is bring the power of what I call Big Bang science to industrial innovation. So we have a consortium. It's very simple terms on a contract. The companies join on a yearly basis, pay a small fee, and really what is in that contract is that they're going to come and work with us, the NIST scientists. The NIST scientists are going to push our version of innovation. We're going to follow our mission to keep pushing forward science for the general public. But they're going to learn as to how we are doing that and the types of measurements that we're going to use and these big pieces of equipment that we have. And through that process, what they're going to now have is expertise. They're going to start to learn how to use these things. And now we can provide a second mode, a proprietary mode, where they can come in and actually do the innovation themselves. And then they can walk away. They've reimbursed the taxpayer for the access to that equipment. They've done all of the innovation on their own, and they've walked away with all control over that innovation. And that's really key. On the other hand, the NIST scientists, of course, are now working with important partners who are helping them understand what is really the driver for the next generation of our economy. That really keeps us focused on the right targets. It allows us to develop the next generation of instruments and machinery so that we can probe even deeper into how the universe works. So let me give an example of how this all works using a real-life case study. It's a company called Solvay North America. They have a research center outside of Philadelphia. And one thing that Solvay was really interested in is agriculture. They're very interested in making additives that go into the soil that will help control where the water is, will help retain the water, and make sure it gets to the plants. And if you know anything about agriculture, you know that agriculture is really about controlling where water is, making sure that it gets to the plant at the right time. Too much water, too little water in your tomato plant, it's just not going to work right. And agriculture tends to be a very slow process of learning. Anyone who's done any gardening knows you go out and you just sort of keep watering that plant over and over and over and over again, or you let it rain, and then you stick your finger down the soil, find out whether it's wet or dry. But eventually, even though you've been doing the same things, eventually that tomato plant, it doesn't look good and it dies. You don't know why. Maybe put down some new soil, you'll try a bunch of different things, and next year maybe it works again. Maybe you give up. So honestly, a lot of agriculture is done a slightly higher version of that. And the reason is because it's really hard to see what's going on in that soil. Soil is dark. You can't see it through it, right? It's a very difficult kind of problem to see water in soil. In fact, Solvay had tried many, many things for a long time to try to really understand this problem, but still they were really just doing cause and effect studies. Water this plant, see what happens. They really wanted to see what was going on down in the soil. So they came to us, and we showed them a technique called neutron imaging. You don't really need to understand what that is, just understand it's sort of like a medical X-ray again, but we're using a neutron beam instead of X-rays. And one of the big differences between X-rays and neutrons is that on the left you see here a lily in a lead cask. Now, an X-ray beam will not go through that, will not see the lily. We all know this from Superman. If you ever saw Superman, every time Lex Luthor went into a lead room, Superman was useless, right? And so he couldn't ever see anything. If he had had neutron vision, the story would have been very different. You can see on the very edge there, you can see the lilies inside the lead cask. It's clear as day, right? We can do the same thing. We can see water inside of soil. And in fact, Solvay came down. We did an experiment. They prepared some plants, put them in soil. We put them in our neutron imaging station. And just like that, we could see the roots. Now you can see the roots here of a plant, but there's actually soil all around these roots. And in fact, there's other additives as well that they've put in there. And they've been growing this plant in their laboratory. They brought it down, they put it in our neutron imaging station. We're able now to look at the roots. We could just as easily have looked at the soil. We could have easily looked at the additives. And now you can track, and they saw that you can now track one versus the other. And you can understand how water is moving as it gets arid, as it gets wet. That was eye-opening to them. Now they not only had the answer, but they had a mode in which they could come and now innovate on their own. They started to learn how to use this technique, and in fact have come back and used it several times, advancing their agriculture program, and opened their eyes to a lot of other things that we're doing as well. And so we start to learn more about what those problems are. On the NIST side, the scientists were able then to take that and other things that they had done and turn that into a new effort to build an even better version of this instrument. And now they're going to be able to get down and see really, really small subroots going on in those plants. They'll be able to probe what's going on in batteries at interfaces, the reason why your laptops have to keep being charged over and over, and they get worse and worse over time. A lot of problems like this that we can go after with these techniques and more. So it was really a win-win. NIST gets what it wants. It makes sure that it's working on something of high impact. It's got a customer. And it's got an ability to direct all of that brain power towards a world-leading instrument. Solvay gets what it wants. It now has a way to answer its problem. It has the expertise to do it, and it has a way to keep coming down and doing that and actually control the innovation and the intellectual property. So with that, I'm going to go back to some of the numbers I started out with. We'll talk about 350. Remember, that was the number of days from the moment I'm sitting in a company and I don't really know anything about neutron science. I'm sitting at the company and I say, aha, I got a way. I know this great product that we can make. I just need to understand how this is working. 350 days from the time you had that idea to the time where you can actually start to understand what's really going on and really develop the product. Through NSoft and our methods of open access and working directly with the companies, we've taken 350 and knocked it down to 35. Within a month, usually, we can go from I have the idea to let's test the idea. Sometimes even days. That's the time scale of innovation in corporate America. And that's why I think NSoft has really been successful and has really shown a new way to work with industry and these big user facilities. And I'll end with a final number and a little letter, the letter small. 2 times. That's the rate of growth of the investment of companies in NSoft over the last 4 years. This is a new thing. This is something we're just trying. We really actually expected to fail. But we committed that we would try it again. We would keep going until we got the answer. We've really been pleasantly surprised. Not only is it working, companies are seeing that it's working, and they're starting. But again, what about the company that just wants to test out an idea? And more and more. They're starting to put people at NIST so that they can keep the ball rolling on a daily basis. They really see the opportunity now to get a competitive advantage over all the other companies that are not exploiting these types of resources. So, as I pointed out before, there are 17 of these user facilities across the United States. We're in conversations with lots of them, and we hope that we can generate a new public-private partnership type of model that's and real. And with that, I thank you for your time.
is Jennifer Rice. This is my colleague Mariah Phillips. We're here today to tell you 2 stories about turning trash into treasure in Long Beach, California. We're trade and industry analysts working here in DC at the Department of Commerce in the Bureau of Industry and Security, or BIS for short. When you think about BIS, you probably think of export controls, licensing, definitely enforcement, right? For dual-use products, which have both commercial and defense capability. And that is true for the majority of the work that is happening right now in our Bureau. Our team in particular, we focus on defense industrial-based studies. Now, what exactly are defense industrial-based studies? I know a lot of my friends and family were wondering that when I first started working here, and in fact, I think they still do. So, defense industrial-based studies, what we do is we perform survey research of American companies. We look at things like the impacts of export controls. We look at things like dependencies among agencies, programs, and we look at the impacts of policy changes. And of course, throughout all of these, we're looking for supply chain weaknesses and areas of interest. So, to carry out these studies, we're always looking with partnerships, and our partners help inform us of what's important to them. We partner with the DoD, with NASA, with many others. And to carry out these studies, what we do is actually a lot, but we want to analyze that data. Examples include a study on counterfeit electronics. Today with our work in Long Beach, California. Now, when you think of Long Beach, you probably think of the beach, right? Maybe even the tourism industry. In fact, the city calls themselves the aquatic capital of America and the urban waterfront playground. So you probably are thinking this is a beach community, they're close to LA, why are we working in this community? Well, it turns out there's a lot of defense and dual-use suppliers, manufacturers, and a lot of related jobs that are underlying this economy. And so we're going to tell you 2 stories today of a time when that sector was threatened and how our office has achieved successes through partnerships, both by helping local community schools and small businesses. Now, for the first story, back in 1997, which is obviously well before either one of us were working here, our office was looking at the Long Beach Naval Shipyard, and that was closing, so we were really concerned about what might happen. In fact, it was expected to bring about 20 with an annual impact of nearly $2 billion. So our office participated in an innovative partnership that was formed to sell shipyard machinery and equipment at discounted prices in order to spur growth and employment. The partnership was called the Manufacturing Empowerment Zone Program, and our office kicked off this program by mailing 10,000 paper surveys that looked at topics such as firm size, markets, growth projections, employee training practices and needs, and most importantly, specific equipment needs. What did these companies need in order to grow? As a result of BIS's work, our partners were able to use the data from our surveys to help match the equipment needed with the companies that wanted it. Our partners were able to set up equipment training and leasing centers for those who needed to learn how to use this machinery that was now available. And overall, the federal government actually avoided $34 million of costs that would have been associated with the disposal of these materials through more traditional methods. Overall, at the time, participants estimated that at least 5,500 new jobs would be created from this effort alone. And in fact, the local economy of Long Beach and the local government incurred no cost at all because they partnered with a company in the private sector called EarthTech. And this company absorbed all of the costs up front, and in fact, the partnership was so successful that they actually won an award from the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Now, this work continues to inspire a lot of our projects that are happening today.
Fast forward 20 years, and we are back in Long Beach. Here's a story of how a trade and industry analyst came to develop contacts at over 20 educational institutions, and how those contacts are now receiving thousands of dollars worth of equipment, tooling, and office supplies. Collaboration, endurance, and the elimination of waste. These are attributes not generally associated with the government, but are crucial to the strategic goals of the Commerce Department, and especially to the the focus Secretary Pritzker has placed on workforce development. In 2013, Boeing announced the closure of its C-17 plant in Long Beach, California, and this immediately set off alarm bells in the local economy, especially in the manufacturing and aerospace communities. At the peak of production, this facility employed nearly 6,000 people, and another 15,000 jobs were generated indirectly. As you can see from the slide, Boeing's supply chain is heavily concentrated in Southern California, and the City of Long Beach reached out to DoD's Office of Economic Adjustment, or OEA, as well as our office, OTE, to develop a comprehensive plan that would address these growing economic concerns. From the projects Jennifer mentioned earlier, we already knew that a skilled workforce was a major concern in the aerospace and manufacturing communities. OEA asked us to revisit this issue by administering a new survey which would focus on Boeing suppliers and those of the C-17 production line specifically. We are currently developing that survey and plan to deploy it later this year to over 700 direct and sub-tier suppliers. The early stages of survey development require a lot of research, and it was during this stage we realized that maybe, just maybe, some of Boeing's trash could be converted into treasure for educational institutions. This was a big if, and we had three main questions to answer first. The first question was, is there still equipment available? The closure had been announced in 2013, so we really didn't know if there would still be equipment. The second question was, who owned the equipment? Was it Boeing, was it the government, or was it somewhere in between? This was a, excuse me, let's see. As I'm sure you all know from working in the government, each category would require a different focus for our research and networking.
Also nagging.
Or that, or nagging. The third question we needed to answer was, would the schools even want this equipment? How much overlap is there between building a massive cargo plane and the equipment used to train our future machinists? Related to this question, we didn't know if the schools would have the means to transport items. Depending on how the Air Force and Boeing collaborated on answering the first two questions, asking them to also deliver the items might be asking just a bit much. To jumpstart both tracks of this project, OTE and OEA coordinated with Boeing, who agreed to host a one-day roundtable event. This was held at their production plant, and the primary purpose was to get all the stakeholders talking to each other. We invited the Air Force, the Defense Contract Management Agency, representatives from the California Governor's Office, as well as industry leaders and key players in the educational community. This effort was a great start for survey development, and they provided a lot of useful feedback to help us generate questions that would get at the heart of what these companies were going through. Another great outcome was the willingness of Boeing for us to poke around their facility and rummage through their identified trash piles. These trash piles were anything but. Boeing had a lot of equipment, tooling, and office supplies that they were planning to scrap. In some cases, the transportation costs were too high, and in others, the technology was just outdated. As the director of our division, Brad Botwin, likes to say, this was a case of the 1% tossing out items that would be of immense value to the other 99%, especially for students. So we had our first two big questions answered. There was equipment, some of which belonged to Boeing, and they were planning to toss it. After this meeting and going into the fall of 2015, we worked on answering the remaining question: would this equipment be of value to schools? Within a few weeks, I had created a list of over 20 educational institutions that had machine shops in the region and developed contacts at each. They were mainly community colleges, along with high schools and a few technical training centers. Our office then worked with those contacts to identify items that they needed. The response was overwhelming. Some schools wanted bandsaws, some wanted workbenches, One even asked for some C-17 posters. Everyone wanted hand tools valuable had not answered. Our office sent it to Boeing and the Air Force. The with each box. Over the next few weeks, Boeing and the community colleges, including the ones listed on these slides, prepared the paperwork for donation items. Meanwhile, our office again got to work facilitating a grant from OEA. As an ongoing project, this grant allowed for temporary storage of the items so that Boeing could continue with their shutdown procedures and our schools could arrange transfers. Probably wondering why our little office bothered with this project. I remember clearly the surprise expressed by the Air Force at our initiative as well as Boeing, and the skepticism expressed by colleges and industry reps who were involved. They really did not think we could pull it off. Before coming to Commerce, I never would have guessed that as a government analyst, I would get to initiate a project like this, but I'm thrilled with its success. Our office has a unique ability to seek out waste and turn it into treasure. I think this is in large part to the collaborative spirit created by our management and their encouragement to go above and beyond our job description.
So again, why exactly are we doing these projects? Well, some of the things that we have heard throughout our various surveys, some of which I showed you guys earlier, is concerns over an aging workforce and a lack of a skilled workforce and new generations to replace them. A lot of these concerns are especially notable for small companies, which may not have the flexibility or the resources to train new hires. Now, what this means is that a lot of times we hear that there are unfilled vacancies for skilled workers, even during times of high unemployment, and this is because of the lack of needed skills. Some companies can and do hire inexperienced workers and train them, but this is costly and it can reduce productivity levels by up to 2 to 3 years. It's also a costly approach that smaller companies may not be able to afford. Due to the increasing skills gap, many companies seek to hire foreign nationals to do the work instead. But if they're unable to do so because of export control laws, these companies actually cited not being able to hire foreign nationals as the reason for their unfilled vacancy, not even considering the American workforce as an alternative or a substitute. So again, why did our office work on these projects? Well, clearly supporting the next generation of skilled workers while they're still training in school by helping them gain access to the supplies and equipment that they need is a clear way that our office can help out. Likewise, participating in a partnership that helped small businesses grow with discounted machinery and access to training for new tooling is a direct way that we can contribute as well. And all in all, we're both thankful to have the entrepreneurial and collaborative spirit in our office that has allowed us to contribute in our way. Now, today's stories that we've told you are about our office and how we can make a difference and help through our purview. But what's important to note here today is that you can too. So we really encourage you to collaborate whenever possible. We can all do great things in our own offices, but we can do even better things when we partner together and share our unique strengths. The second one is that converting trash into treasure can be accomplished in many fields, not just ours. And so we really encourage you to go and look for waste and see where you can provide areas of added value for it. And of course, we really encourage you to go above and beyond your job description, to do more than you have to do, to seek out ways that you can contribute that speak to you and to make a difference. Thanks.
Good morning. Just a little louder. Good morning. My name is Dawn Bailey, and I'm coming to you from the Bulger's Performance Excellence Program at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST. So my story today is about miracles. Actually, it's about how one organization doubled the number of miracles it could achieve in a single year. And it's about how we can be more effective and efficient using a framework to guide us to excellence. And this framework is intrinsically at the very heart of what Commerce is all about. Improving organizations, helping to improve organizations, improving lives, saving lives, And as I'm going to explain, even saving the lives of tigers, too. So my first story comes from healthcare. According to Donate Life America, at this very moment, there are 123,000 people on the national organ transplant waiting list. And every 10 minutes, another name is added to that list. 21 people die every year because the transplant they needed is not available to them. Now me, several years ago, I had a pretty common skiing accident, tore the ligament in my knee, had the surgery and didn't think much of it. But if tissue donation hadn't been available to me, I probably couldn't walk today. So I want to tell you about an organization called Mid-America Transplant. They are a nonprofit organ procurement organization, an eye and tissue bank out in the Midwest. Now these folks work at the very intersection of the greatest sorrow and the greatest joy. They're the folks who, when a patient is at a hospital who's beyond hope, but that patient has identified himself or herself as an organ donor, Mid-America works with that family to recover the organ and perform the transplant so there can be the greatest joy. And I will show you that joy. Oh, am I hitting the wrong button? All right, the greatest joy. So in this slide, there's a few children here who received transplants, and they got that second chance at life, that greatest joy. Now, about 12 years ago, Mid-America Transplant came to the Baldrige Performance Excellence Program, and we're about a 30-year-old operating unit located at NIST. And as a reminder, the core of NIST's mission is to help U.S. organizations improve their performance, quality, and long-term sustainability. Mid-America was looking for help to continue some of the improvement it was seeing, to really sustain the gains it was seeing and save more lives. Because you see, it's called the Baldrige of St. Mary's. Focus on workforce engagement, focus on patient safety, and they were seeing amazing results. So much so that Sisters of St. Mary's Healthcare became the first Baldrige Award recipient in healthcare. Now let me take a step back and give you a little context if you're not familiar with Baldrige. Well, in the mid-1980s, our U.S. manufacturers were facing immense global pressure, much like they are today. And the death of a straight-talking businessman, he was also a rodeo star. He was the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Malcolm Baldrige. His death inspired Congress to create the Baldrige Program, a tiny little private-public partnership with a great big mission. Help improve the competitiveness of U.S. organizations so as to improve the nation's competitiveness. And Congress gave Baldrige two charges. One, create a standard of excellence that any organization could use to improve. Also, run the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award, what we call the Baldrige Award, the nation's highest honor for organizational performance excellence. The award would identify U.S. role models and then help them facilitate best practice sharing so that other U.S. organizations could improve. Now, this framework, the Baldrige Excellence Framework, within it would be a criteria, what we call the Baldrige criteria. And it would be a collection of all of the considerations would have, well, it has been refined for the last 30 years to staying on the leading edge of validated management and leadership practices. So if you want to know how to be a successful leader, all the considerations are in there. You want to know how to do strategic planning? The considerations are in there. And this criteria is now adapted, translated, benchmarked by more than 100 quality organizations around the world, countries that are using the Baldrige framework. It's known as the world standard for organizational performance excellence. Now back to our friends at Mid-America Transplant. 12 years ago, they adopted the Baldrige Excellence Framework as the way they would run their organization, and they saw immediate improvements. Using the framework, they were able to double the number of transplants they could achieve each year. That's doubling the number of miracles. They saw 100% improvement each year using the considerations in the Baldrige framework to guide them to excellence. So in November 2015, Commerce announced Mid-America Transplant as a Baldrige Award recipient, and now they're sharing their best practices with all sorts of other industries. Now, Baldrige Excellence Framework also inspired a number of innovations, because managing for innovation, how to manage for innovation, that's in the framework too. Mid-America is the first organ procurement organization in the world to have its own standalone organ recovery suite. That means they can move the donor patient from the hospital to their own suite and perform the surgeries there. That reduces costs from a $30,000 surgery in the hospital to $10,000 at their own suite. Their patient hospitals, their satisfaction is much higher because there's no longer that disruption at the hospital, and they've been able to increase their number of transplants. Take a look at their driver's licenses. Mid-America can provide them with information and answer questions right on the spot. Now, to show you the importance of Baldrige across the United States, now I want to tell you a story from a completely different industry. It's about a big city zoo that's using the Baldrige. And no, they're not giving organ transplants to the zoo animals. What the CEO has done is, she had a real focus on the conservation of animals, as all zoos do. So she really wanted help with how do they take their limited resources and really focus them, be more efficient and effective to focus on this mission of conservation. So she really used the Baldrige framework to refine the mission and vision, to look at how are the senior leaders communicating with the workforce, and how is the workforce being trained so that every single member of that workforce is aligned and understands how what they do impacts the mission. And they had a particular interest in tigers because they were about to open a tiger enclosure. And I should tell you, at the beginning of the 20th century, there were 100,000 tigers in the world. Today, there are less than 3,000. This was real important to their very hearts. So when they opened this tiger enclosure, every single staff member at that zoo, every department, zoology, philanthropy, education, everybody knew exactly what they needed to do in order to support the mission. Now, you may not be familiar with Mid-America or the zoo, but here are some organizations you may be familiar with. These are some of our Baldrige Award recipients. One of the organizations on this list is the Ritz-Carlton. I'm sure you're all familiar with the Ritz-Carlton Hotel Company. They basically have revolutionized customer service in the hospitality industry. That spawned all sorts of improvements. Schools, manufacturers, hospitals, a lot of them benchmark the Ritz-Carlton as the benchmark, the gold standard of excellence for customer service. In fact, they also are known for how they treat their employees. They call their employees ladies and gentlemen. So it's ladies and gentlemen serving ladies and gentlemen at the Ritz-Carlton. But did you know that the Ritz-Carlton's culture is based on Baldrige? They are a two-time Baldrige Award recipient, and they base their whole culture, their gold standards, their credo, on the Baldrige framework. Now, there have been 6 two-time Baldrige Award recipients, and here are some of their results. In these measures, you can see how using the Baldrige framework really helped these organizations to continually improve. And that middle bar we're especially proud of, that's growth in jobs. So these two-time Baldrige Award recipients have seen 65.5% growth in jobs compared to 2.5% for matched industries and time periods. Now, Baldrige is also being used very widely in the healthcare industry. A lot of hospitals are using Baldrige to really help and stay agile in a very turbulent time in that industry. We have manufacturers, schools, small businesses using the Baldrige framework. The new frontier for us is now we have communities of excellence, and there's two pilot communities going on right now, where the whole community, the hospital, the schools, the businesses, they're all working together using an adapted version of the Baldrige Excellence Framework to come up with the highest quality of life for their citizens. Baldrige is now even involved in cybersecurity efforts, helping to prepare tools to assess the risk management programs of U.S. organizations. Because you see, a community that believes in excellence believes in Baldrige. If you follow the considerations in the Baldrige Excellence Framework, no matter what you do, you can both improve your processes, and then if you're an organization, you can prove your organization through application to the Baldrige Award for your funders, for your customers, for your staff. We've had military award winners. Our first government award winner was the Army Armament Development Engineering and Research Center. They used the Baldrige framework to really focus on customer satisfaction because their customers, their needs kept changing. Now, when they won the Baldrige Award, their customer satisfaction rates outperformed all industry and government standards. We've had 2 cities who've applied for the Baldrige Award and received the Baldrige Award. The city of Irving, Texas, they maintained their AAA credit rating during the worst recession in U.S. history. The city of Coral Springs, Florida, they were inspired by the Baldrige framework and increased their customer satisfaction from the mid-70s to 97%. Now, I've told you about some of the very best in operational excellence, but I'd like you to imagine with me now. I'd like you to think about what challenges you have at your own organizations. What improvement would you make in your work if you could? Now, my next question is, where would you start to make that improvement? What would you need to consider to get on that roadmap to excellence? Now, what if I told you that we had the framework to help you? We have the roadmap to help you. Right now, you can go back to your desk and download the Baldrige Excellence Framework or any number of associated materials that go with it. Because you see, Baldrige is more than an award. It's about improvement and innovation. And don't we owe that to our communities? Isn't that what public service is all about? To be as efficient and effective with our resources as possible? Baldrige is our framework. It's an American framework created right here at Commerce Department. It works. Let's use it to improve our work, to inspire our innovation, and to help strengthen the U.S. economy. Let's not imagine a world without Baldrige.
Missing the clicker.
I'm Brian Summer, and this is Paul Marks, and we're here from NOAA's Fisheries Finance Program. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Fisheries Finance Program. I got your email about not using acronyms this morning. We're a small program within the National Marine Fisheries Service Organization, but we have a substantial impact on the fisheries. The origins of our program go back to the 1970s, when the program's purpose was to provide loan guarantees to the acquisition and refurbishment of fishing vessels. You good now? It has since been expanded to include fish processing facilities and aquaculture. In 1997, at the recommendation of Congress, we became a direct loan program. And since we became a direct loan program in 1997, we have closed 828 loans for a total of over $771 million. Right now, we have 289 loans outstanding with a balance of over $255 million, and we're taking applications for another $124 million this year. Our loans are available to any U.S. citizen with a qualified fisheries project. These projects include buying a boat, refurbishing a boat, aquaculture, and fisheries processing, and more. The major advantage of our program is that we're able to provide long-term fixed-rate loans with no prepayment penalty. This enables our borrowers to have stable cash flows and repay the loan over the earnings life of their fisheries asset. Today, we're here to tell you about one of our success stories. When Shucks Maine Lobster started in 2005, they started with a great idea, using a new technology in the form of a high-pressure processing machine that they refer to as the Big Mother Shucker. Shucks found that they could remove raw lobster meat from the shell without tearing it apart. They accomplished this using water under high compression, and the results are amazing. If you take a look at this picture right here behind me, you'll notice that the meat from the legs, claws, knuckles, and tail has been removed from the shell behind it without any deformation. The way that the machine does this is by applying high-pressure water to the lobster from all sides at the same time. After the lobster's been through the process, the shell comes off easily. In addition to providing the ability to remove raw meat from the shell without cooking it, high-pressure processing also maximizes the amount of meat that you can get from each lobster. This innovative process can increase yields by up to 40% over traditional processing methods. In addition, high-pressure processing also inhibits bacterial growth. This extends the shelf life of the lobster, making it more desirable to chefs and professional cooks alike. Chefs also like Shucks raw lobster meat for its versatility, and it's won several awards, including 2 first-place Prix d'Elite awards for Best New Seafood Product at the Brussels International Seafood Symposium. And on top of all the other aforementioned benefits, many people consider high-pressure processing the most humane method of processing lobsters. But it's not all about raw lobster meat. Shucks also has an entire line of pre-cooked, ready-to-eat products and is currently working to expand its line with new offerings such as lobster Newburg, lobster bisque, and baked stuffed lobsters. Shucks also processes seafood products for other companies for a fee. This is known as toll processing. You see, the process that Shucks uses to remove lobsters from its shell will work on basically any shellfish. So they also process shrimp, crab, and clams. And now Paul Marks is going to tell a little bit about our history with this company.
When Shucks came to us in 2008, we were able to make a loan to them to allow them to acquire their manufacturing facility that they were operating in and to finance their shucker, $2.4 million. A year later, we were able to make a loan for about $300,000 more to allow them to make their production process a little more efficient. And after that, we made another $300,000 loan to make modifications to the facility itself. And then a couple of years after that, interest rates fell. One of the lesser known benefits of the financial market conditions. And we were able to refinance the initial 2 loans, allowing them to have significant improvements in their cash flow from not having to not having to pay out quite as much for the financing. With our help, the company has grown from average sales of $5 million in 2005 to well over $16 million in 2015, and they're projecting $20 million today. The company also increased its labor force during that time from 15 in 2005 to 95 in this year. One notable employee was an Iraqi refugee who came not even able to speak English, and today she's managing 24 of Shucks employees. So also in 2013, the Fisheries Finance Program approved Shucks for an additional $3 million loan, this time to acquire a second facility. The vision is for Shucks to grow into a larger company with 2 product lines. One producing cold, uncooked product for restaurants and resale, and the other to produce cooked product. As it's grown, the company has sought several certifications, including marine sustainability certification and quality food product certification. And having separate facilities for these products is going to help them preserve that and maintain that. One of the things that the company had to do was to convince its own industry that this is a good thing to pursue, and people have bought on to that ever since. Shucks processes Maine lobster in Maine. People may not realize it, but the great majority of Maine lobsters were being shipped to Canada for processing, coming back as manufactured in Canada. As a result of his own operations and his toll operations, now Shucks is basically growing the Maine lobster brand and making it a keystone of the Maine economy. The Fisheries Finance Program assisted in the expansion of this company over the years and will be there to help it grow in the future. In preparing for his presentation, we reached out to John Hathaway, the owner of Shucks Maine Lobster. And John said, the nice thing about NOAA is that the people who work here also have a mission, and we share that mission. That's very important to young companies. It gives us a huge advantage over competitors who rely solely on traditional banking for their financing. And that's the goal of our program, to provide a source of stable financing to an industry that's capital intensive and highly cyclical in nature. In addition to the project we've discussed, our program has provided financing for the conversion of older boats into modern fishing vessels with better safety and environmental performance, avoiding the need to construct new vessels. We've provided financing to other shoreside facilities, helping them to operate more safely and efficiently. It's also important to mention, and many of our borrowers are in coastal locations where the local economy depends on the fishing industry. Some of our borrowers are in very remote locations where they are the major employer. And we're proud to be part of a program that helps these areas maintain their economic base. So if you or anyone you know needs a loan to finance a fishing operation, please feel free to contact our staff, Jim Plouffe in Northeast, David Moyer in Southeast in St. Petersburg, Scott Hoteling in Northwest in Seattle, and we'll be glad to take an application anytime. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ellen Voorhees, and I'm a computer scientist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, otherwise NIST. I'm going to talk to you today about search engines. Search engines have seen a remarkable growth in the past 25 years, and the project that I'm going to be talking about today has helped fuel that growth. So let's do a quick survey here. Raise your hand if you've done an information search today. All right, yep, that's everybody. In fact, it's probably a better question if I ask you, how many searches have you done for information today, rather than just whether you have, right? Search, by which I mean trying to find information that has not been specially structured to be accessible by machine, has become pervasive in today's society, which is actually quite remarkable if you consider that 25 years ago, internet search engines didn't even exist yet. Right? So I'm going to talk to you today about a project that has been ongoing for 25 years at NIST called TREC, which has helped fuel that growth in the use of search engines. In fact, an economic impact report done in 2010 on TREC concluded that 1/3 of the growth in internet search engines in the preceding 10 years TREC was responsible for that growth. TREC has also been responsible for forming communities in other related application areas. For example, in a decision handed down by Magistrate Judge Paul Grimm, which has become reasonably well known in the legal circles as being a treatise on e-discovery, he cited the TREC legal track as being part of the advancement of that field. And IBM has also acknowledged their participation in the TREC question answering track as the beginning of their Jeopardy playing and Jeopardy champion system, Watson. So those of you who have heard about NIST, and you heard earlier today that NIST has 4 Nobel Prizes and it's all the physical sciences at NIST, might be standing out there saying, okay, what does NIST have to do with search engines? How is that in NIST purview? Well, you've also heard earlier today that NIST is a very broad agency. And in fact, at its core, what it really does, what is the common theme among all the things that NIST does is measurement. Seriously, who else do you know who has made superheroes out of the 7 fundamental units of measure so that they could battle their arch-villain, major uncertainty, right? I don't think there's anybody else other than NIST who has done that. Right? NIST is all about measurement. And TREC is all about measurement also, in measuring the effectiveness of search systems. And it is that focus on measurement that has allowed the search systems to improve their quality. Here's a screenshot of the homepage of the TREC homepage. TREC stands for the Text Retrieval Conference, and as the conference part of the name suggests, it is an annual workshop series. Started in 1992, so in this November will be our 25th meeting. And as I mentioned earlier, 25 years ago, internet search engines didn't even exist yet. But the earliest search systems, which were library systems, they date back into the late 1950s or early 1960s. And the researchers of that era grappled with sort of fundamental definitional problems of search systems, such as what does it mean for a search result to be good? Can you tell if one search result is better than another? Do people agree that one result is better than another? Because the researchers at that time knew that unless they could measure the quality of the current search systems, they weren't going to be able to improve next generation search systems. Now, one of the reasons why evaluating retrieval systems or even building search systems is hard is because, in fact, people actually don't agree whether one result is better than another surprisingly often. And while it's very easy to tell if a system has returned information that is off topic, right? You got that crazy result, why on earth did it return that to me? It's very much more difficult to tell whether the search system has returned everything you should have seen for a question. Right, now think about this. If you, as a user of a search system, knew what should have come back to you, you wouldn't have searched to begin with, right? So the researchers of that era, and in particular, Cyril Cleverton, there's a picture of him there. He was a British librarian, and he created a test device known as a test collection, a measurement device known as a test collection. Test collection consists of a set of documents, a set of questions that can be answered by information in those documents, and then an answer key. And that answer key says which documents have information that is pertinent to which questions. So for example, the first test collection that was built consisted of a set of 1,400 abstracts of scientific journal articles in aeronautics, because Cleverton was a librarian at the Cranfield Aeronautical College, and 225 questions that had come in from library patrons in the past. And then he hired graduate students to go through those abstracts and say, for this question, these are the journal articles that that patron should have been given back for this question. And that set of documents which were pertinent, or we call it the relevant set. That's the relevant set of documents for this question. Once you have a test collection, it's fairly straightforward to measure the quality of a search result, because you just measure how far away is the result that your system did from the ideal result, which is retrieving all relevant documents and no non-relevant documents. So in the 70s and 80s, some more test collections were built, and they were shared among the research community. But there was a big problem. Because you had to create the relevant set for a question, somebody had to go through all of the documents to find which ones were relevant for that question. And if you're going to have a person go through all of the documents, that test set is necessarily going to be fairly small. And in fact, by 1990, the operators of commercial search systems was no longer paying attention to the research results at all, because they figured they were just completely inapplicable to their problems, because their data that the research systems were using was just too small. And there were also factions within the research community itself, because over the years, different research groups had developed their own incompatible methods for measuring how close their result of their system was to this ideal result. That meant in the literature, you couldn't really build upon the results given in the literature, because you didn't actually know what those numbers really meant, because you weren't sure what measure they were using. So in the midst of all this turmoil, DARPA, which is the research arm of the Defense Department, created a program to focus on development of systems that would be better able to process human language. And part of that was to build better search engines. And they came to NIST and asked NIST if NIST would build a test collection for this program. And NIST said, sure, we'll build this test collection, but instead of just building a single large test collection, let's convene the stakeholders in a conference so we can talk about not only how to build this bigger test collection, but also to discuss all the evaluation problems that went with it. And that was the first trek. So why did DARPA come to NIST to do this? Well, I've alluded to one of the reasons before, and that is the expertise, right? In order to do a good job of measuring something, you need not only expertise in metrology, but you also need expertise in the technology that is trying to be evaluated. And NIST had expertise in both of those areas. But there was a second equally important reason of why NIST needed to be the person making this test collection. And that is because NIST had no predisposition to any particular search technology. As you'll hear in a minute, the way these test collections are going to be built requires different organizations to send research results to NIST. And this idea that NIST was a completely neutral third party was vital to that process working. So in order to build a bigger test collection, what has to happen is you have to get the relevant set of documents, but without looking at all of the documents in the collection. And it turns out that if you can get a broad cross-section of retrieval results from different search engines, and then look at just the top-ranked documents in that set, you do find the vast majority of the relevant documents while looking at only a tiny portion of the whole set of documents in the collection. This is a strategy called pooling, and TREC was the first place where pooling was actually implemented. And by using this pooling process, we were able to build a test collection which at the time, and this was 1992, remember, was 2 orders of magnitude bigger than the collections that existed at the time. The first TREC collection contained 2 gigabytes of text. And that's really, really tiny by today's standards, but at the time it was just astronomically big. Right? You had to go buy special disks in order to hold the data. In fact, DARPA funded people explicitly just to go buy the disks that would hold the data. Right? So from that request to build a first large test collection, TREC has gone on to examine different types of retrieval problems with different types of documents, and even slightly different tasks. We've looked at newswire articles, we've looked at email messages, we've looked at web documents, we've looked at tweets and blog posts, we've looked at languages other than English, and we've looked at problems in where cross-language, which is where the questions are in one language, but the documents could be in any of a variety of languages. We've even looked at test collections where the documents weren't text at all, but they were videos or recordings of speech. We've had problems in, we've looked at specific domains, such as medical or chemistry. And we've looked at problems that were not just a ranked list of documents, but we've done things like question answering, which is retrieve the answer itself instead of a ranked list of documents, or spam filtering, or re-finding. And in all of these cases, we have built test collections and we have made evaluation methodology for that task. And the result is what we expected, which is if you provide quality infrastructure, the state of the art improves. I'm not going to go through this graph, but believe me, it shows that in the first 8 years of TREC, the retrieval performance of the research systems doubled. That means, for instance, if a system was able to retrieve 3 relevant documents in the top 10 pre-TREC, after the TREC, first 8 years of TREC, it could retrieve 6 relevant documents in the top 10. And the vast majority of where that improvement came from is because researchers now had access to quality infrastructure. And that's not just NIST saying that. Google has also made the claim that it was the TREC data sets that really reinvigorated the search community. So TREC was an early adopter of this co-opetition model, which is having competitors cooperate for a common good. And this co-opetition model is actually sort of the impetus behind all the challenge problems that you hear about these days. TREC has also demonstrated that co-opetition is actually very beneficial because while competing can give you a bigger slice of the pie, cooperating gives you a bigger pie. Thank you.
Greetings from Ankara, Turkey. My name is Joshua Burke, and I'm a Foreign Commercial Service Officer with the United States Department of Commerce. I have the privilege as they expand over. This image was taken in Turkey, where I live and work in the U.S. Embassy. It is a picture of one of the many Syrian refugee camps in the country, and it represents what is unquestionably the most devastating humanitarian crisis of our time. Living in Ankara, each and every day, I literally come face to face with the people whose lives have been changed forever by the ongoing conflict to the south of here. In my role as a commercial diplomat with the Department of Commerce, I frequently analyze data that tells a compelling story for our clients. And using this methodology, I'd like to share with you some of my findings regarding how the Syrian refugee crisis has compounded in the last few years. In late 2010, a Tunisian fruit seller by the name of Mohamed Bouazizi set himself on fire and sparked what has since been known as the Arab Spring. In the coming months, protests and uprisings across the Arab world repeatedly led to regime change in a region desperate for democracy. Yet in Syria, the Assad regime did not change. It hardened its stance and attacked its citizens. A civil war has been fought ever since. The first recorded Syrian refugees arrived in Turkey in early 2012. By March of that year, Turkey was home to about 10,000 refugees. That's approximately the population of Falls Church, Virginia. In 2013, over 200,000. That's about the size of Richmond. And a year later, over 600,000 Syrians were living in Turkey, the size of Baltimore. Just last year, over 1.6 million, the size of Philadelphia. And by earlier this year, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees determined that 2.7 desperate men, women, and children had sought refuge in Turkey. This is the population of my hometown of Chicago. However, as the US is about 4 times the population of Turkey, the equivalent impact for us would be over 11.5 million people. This is more than the population of 12 US states combined. Now, these staggering numbers are overwhelming global aid organizations and national governments. So how can I, a freshly minted diplomat, hope to make a difference? And why do I find myself working nights and weekends to support this cause? That question can be answered with 2 pictures. This is a picture of my daughter, Alexandra. Last year on a beach in Turkey when she was 3 years old. 3-year-old on a beach last year. Just a few months later, a boy named Aylan Kurdi died in a desperate attempt at a better life. And after seeing this image, I felt overwhelmingly compelled to do more and to give more of myself to this cause. But what could I do? And what else has been done before to support refugees? Well, the secret lies in the backstory of the most famous photograph of all time. In 1984, in the Nasr-Ba refugee camp in Pakistan, Steve McCurry photographed a 12-year-old girl named Sharbat Gula. I bet you know the image, and I bet you can even remember the color of her piercing eyes. Well, it turns out that in that camp where she lived for several years, they offered carpet weaving classes. And in fact, the entire carpet weaving industry of Pakistan grew out of the Afghan refugee camps in the 1980s. I had heard of an American company that had been making carpets in Turkey for 30 years. So I sent a note to their Contact Us section of their website, and I hoped. A few days later, I heard back from the owner of Woven Legends. Here we see the Dalai Lama speaking in Philadelphia while sitting on one of their stunning rugs. They truly make the highest quality and most beautiful carpets in the world. And without revealing too much of my inner carpet nerd, it's important to mention why. They use only high-quality hand-spun wool, and all of their dyes come from natural vegetables. Their designs are timeless and, of course, gorgeous. And their craftsmanship and attention to detail are second to none. So I asked the owner if they would be interested to train Syrian refugees. Well, I was delighted to find out and to learn that this American company had been working and employing Syrian refugees in Turkey for the last 2 years. And in fact, the rug that these women are weaving is now on display in the Met Museum in New York City. But please know that this is not a story about carpets. Rather, this is a story about a sustainable approach to the crisis. For these women not only learn, they earn. Business provides work, and work provides dignity and wages and better lives for employees. If you really want to empower women, employ them. When I learned of Woven Legends' work with refugees, I immediately recognized the importance and potential impact. Here's an American company helping to address the worst crisis of our time. As diplomats, we can provide a strong voice to assist worthy causes. More recognition and promotion means more carpets sold, which means more refugees employed. And it means fewer bodies on Aegean beaches. The stories, efforts needed to be told. So I led a promotional push to share this story. We're helping not only the refugees, but also a U.S. women-owned small business. We displayed a rug in the U.S. Embassy for all VIP visitors to see. We embedded the company's story into a speech by the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Bruce Andrews. I pushed the American Turkish Council to award the owner for her commitment to improving bilateral relations. We scheduled a private rug showing for the ambassador, and we even organized a single company promotion event for several hundred people in the diplomatic community in Ankara. But what if? What if we could dream bigger? The most famous carpet in the world is 500 feet long and 16,200 square feet. How much awareness could we raise by crafting the legendary red carpet at the Academy Awards? How many Syrian refugees could be empowered by making this rug? And when we auction off this rug to charity, how many lives could we touch? For we refuse to dream small, we dare to be great. These are our goals, to have a refugee-made carpet at the 2018 Oscars of the best corporations and leading banks, in the lobbies of the floors across our nation and beyond. But how do we get there? I believe that we need to ask ourselves these three questions. What can government do? What can business do? And what can I do? We need your help to drive awareness, not only of the problem, but also of the solution. Empowerment through employment is not limited to one firm. Business can be an incredible force for social good. And, as they always do, American companies can lead the way in solving the biggest problems of our time. From the Export Assistance Center in Honolulu to the 5th floor of the Hoover Building in DC, we as commerce employees can affect significant change in the world. We can raise awareness of critical issues to our clients and partners. We can get their thoughts on how to address these issues, and we can urge them to follow our example as we act. If you would like to act and to learn more about Woven Legends and about our future plans for even greater impact, or about other American organizations that are working to support refugees, please feel free to reach out to me at absolutely any time. Please, friends and colleagues, help us change this. Thank you so much for your time today and for your support tomorrow. This struggle is real, but together we can make the difference in thousands of lives.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to this session. In about 15 minutes, the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, Bruce Andrews, will be here, again leading us in an oath of office, and we'll begin the third session of the day. We've got actually some really great speakers coming up, so please stay tuned. 2 o'clock, we'll get started again. Thank you. The Deputy Secretary Bruce Andrews is going to be joining us here, and we'll wait for him to get started.
I thought I heard. Okay, good. So
So I do have an incredible lineup this afternoon. Thank you for sticking with us. We have 6 separate presentations. I think all of them are live except for one, which was a recording from our friends in Maine at Fisheries. So thank you.
For reasons not clear to me, I feel more secure in this spot, so I'll hold it here. I think you met us earlier, but Chris Heflin and Lee Bigelow from the performance team. We've got Harry, the other member of our team over there, Harry Knight. Thank you for joining us. Thank you on the line, you 300 some odd folks for listening in. And congratulations, it's Public Service Recognition Week, and you deserve the... Thank you to our wonderful speakers.
And thanks again to the Performance Improvement Council who partnered with us on this, I keep saying innovative, but it's actually a rather experimental project. So thanks, PIC. Kate Joseph is in the corner. She's the executive director. If you have any questions about the PIC, you can speak to her or go to pic.gov. And also thanks to Census Center for New Media and Promotion for allowing us to livecast this event.
As I expect you all know, we're privileged to be at the Department of Commerce at this time. The Secretary and the Deputy Secretary have led us in a transformative strategic plan, and it truly is, integrating the work of all our bureaus. It thereby is a special privilege to ask to the stage our Deputy Secretary, who'll make a few remarks and lead us in the oath. Deputy Secretary Bruce Andrews, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to be here today to welcome not just the people in the room, but the entire Department of Commerce to DOC Talks. And when I say the entire department, I really mean that, because this is not only taking place in this room, but this is being broadcast around the department and to offices around the country and around the world. And as the Deputy Secretary of Commerce, I have the great honor to talk to many people around the country, including business leaders and entrepreneurs across America. So as you can imagine, I spend a lot of time talking about what the Department of Commerce does, and frankly, bragging about all of the great things that we do around the world, from granting new patents to opening new markets to so many other incredible things that take place across this department. One of the things that I find is few people understand how far-reaching and how expansive the Department of Commerce is, and what a great impact that our employees have on the lives of people and citizens around the country and around the world every single day. And even fewer people understand the unique role that our different bureaus play. Even those who work here, I think, sometimes forget and don't take time to reflect on all of the great things we're doing, but also the great work that we're doing on behalf of the American people. DOC Talks aims to change that. This is an opportunity to share your stories, celebrate your successes, and shine more light on the incredible work that you do each and every day here at the Department of Commerce. I cannot think of a better way to take part in Public Service Recognition Week than to hear some of the great stories and the fabulous work that's being done around this department. And I was actually commenting, you guys don't know, Chris and Leanne don't know this, but this morning I was actually commenting, looking at the run of different speakers, how interesting they all looked. I don't know who did the titles, but it was a fabulous job of capturing the great stuff in a very creative way that's being done across this department. I want to thank all of the speakers today for sharing their stories, and thank everyone from across the department for taking your time to listen to these stories. It's really something that we should all be very proud of. I'm also honored to be here, and I invite you to join me in retaking our oath to serve this country. So I would ask that you all join me. I, Bruce Andrews, you do your own name, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. I take this obligation freely, without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much for being here and really taking the opportunity to hear about and celebrate the great work that's being done at the department. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm Mary Lou Numara with the United States Census Bureau. I'm a coach and monitor. I've been with the census for 22 years.
I'm Hazel Bautista. I'm bilingual telephone interviewer, and this is my 7th year working for the Census Bureau.
They say past is prologue, and it was for me. I used census data to work on my family tree. There was even a family tradition that my great Aunt Annie had been a census enumerator. Then, in 1993, things changed. My daughter entered college. Tuition, $100 textbooks, activity fees. I needed money, lots of money. I thought, counting people, how hard could that be? And as a trained enumerator, well, I can see there's a lot of you out there. I applied, tested, was sworn in and trained, and I ran into a problem. They had to be kidding. You want me to call people randomly and ask them their name, date of birth, where they work, their wages, and Social Security income? Sure, no problem. I'll ask them their mother's maiden name while I'm at it. Then I realized I had done this before. When my daughter entered elementary school, it was quickly clear that the large class size of students with different skill levels overburdened the first grade teacher. Reading's the building block for education. Less education means less income. For instance, high school dropouts earn $100,000 less in their lifetime than high school graduates. And we wanted our children to go to college. A reading specialist was desperately needed. We needed to prove our school was eligible based on household income. Fortunately, our small town had only 2,000 people. It was going to take our PTA a long time to collect that data. In 1980, there were 226 million people across America. It takes a long time to process that many forms, over 2 years back then. So only the 1970 census data was available, and it was out of date. So back to our small town of 2,000 people, it took our PTA over a month to collect income information from every family. Nowadays, ACS data would reduce that time to days, if not hours. When I work on surveys, I remember how difficult it was then, and how our work and survey data makes things easier now. Communities and children especially benefit. Yes, we did get our reading specialist. My great Aunt Annie would be as amazed as I am at how far we've come. But most Americans don't know what ACS, the American Community Survey, is, or how the data is used.
That's right, Marilu, they don't. As a college student, I didn't know about the American Community Survey either. My last semester, I attended a lot of career fairs on campus. I wasn't quite sure where I saw myself living and working, but I knew there were a lot of career opportunities for my major in accounting. However, it was hard to find information in my ideal job and dream location in one place. The internet provided a lot of sites to check out, but most had outdated information. Other sites provided confusing statistics. I wished there was an app I could just download to get all the information I was looking for. It would make my searching so much easier. That's where the Census Bureau's dWeller app came to the rescue for me. dWeller, that's exactly what I was looking for. You can take your phones out and download the app. It's dWeller. It's a mobile app powered by current American Community Survey data that lets you explore communities that fit your preference and interest. The app asks coasts, mountains, or neither, the right place for them. Explore more data about this location, or calling from the Census Bureau. And
now 1% of addresses across the U.S. receive ACS each month. This means people who use the data, for instance, schools, libraries, businesses, local, state, or federal governments, will have more timely information to help plan and make informed decisions.
Where do you work? How do you get there? How much were you paid? All those survey questions from ACS help me determine my ideal place to live and work, since the American Community Survey is ongoing and provides up-to-date data on America. But ACS data is everywhere, not just in the dWeller app. You can check out ACS data or EasyStat on our census.gov website. About 1 million people do every week. You can also check out ACS data on Facebook, YouTube, even on Pinterest. And data drives decisions. The Department of Commerce is America's data agency, and through the Census Bureau's American Community Survey data, it helps provide comprehensive, consistent, and easily accessible data for other government agencies, businesses, and individuals like us.
And field representatives and support staff. We gather ACS data to measure change across America. And just like children, America keeps growing and changing. I found out that Americans have some of the same concerns that I did when I first saw ACS. It's too personal. What if somebody gets my information?
We're sworn to keep everyone's information confidential. Only statistics are used. The fines are substantial. So is the jail time. That's not my ideal vacation.
But Americans are busy. Time for this? It's
on Invis, and we.
How's the data used? What's in it for me?
Statistics from the U.S. Census Bureau help Congress determine where $400 billion of tax is spent. Cities and states plan when to repair roads or plow snow.
Disabled, still in school. You don't need my information.
Everybody counts. We need information about all Americans of all ages, working, retired, in school. Everyone counts. We can't just skip people or add them without affecting data accuracy.
Only 1% of addresses receive ACS each month. Each person represents thousands of people like them. That's only 290,000 forms to represent millions of Americans. When forms are not filled out, our snapshot will look like an incomplete paint by numbers. ACS data helps to make more efficient use of our tax dollars. Over $400 billion is a lot of money. I don't want it wasted. Because ACS is collected every month, every year, it lets us compare America this year against America last year, or America 5 years ago, so we can prevent waste, make sure completed projects were effective.
If reading is the building blocks for education, statistics are key to economic growth. I need to know more about America to make the best choices in my life.
My grandchildren may not hear all my stories. I want to leave a complete picture of America for them.
We came for different reasons.
And we stayed because we know our work helps make a difference.
We want America to have what America needs.
Every day, census workers help you to help us. Hagerstown, Jeffersonville, Tucson, and field reps call, visit, and answer your calls to make it easy for you to help us to help you.
The information we're collecting is amazing. We're passionate about what we do.
We look to the past and the future. The U.S. Census tells the story of America, who we were,
and who we're going to be.
Help us.
Help you.
Help all of us.
Are you in a survey?
You should be, yep. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Noemi Mendez, and I am a data dissemination specialist with the U.S. Census Bureau. So the title of my little presentation kind of is on the back of the Hagerstown crew. It's called What We Do the Other 9 Years. So, as a data geek, whenever I visit a new city, I kind of look at the data to see what's going on in that community. So the data that the estimated population is 660. So one thing I wanted to point out, if you had sat through some of the other presentations from this morning, is a few of them did use census data to talk about the communities they're serving. So for that, I'd like to say, you're welcome. Okay? So who is the Census Bureau? Our mission is to serve as the leading source of quality data on the American people and our economy. We're headquartered in Suitland, Maryland. We have 6 regional offices: New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Chicago, Denver, and Los Angeles. We have the National Processing Center in Jeffersonville, Indiana, and you heard Hazel and Mary Lou talk about their work at the call centers, where we have 3 telephone centers. Okay. So what does the census do? Basically, we measure America. Most people know us for the every 10-year census, right? We come in, we open temporary offices, we hire hundreds of thousands of people, and we go out and enumerate. Well, why do we do that? It's in the Constitution. Article 1, Section 2 says that there has to be an enumeration of all residents to be used for representation. Okay, that's the reason that there's a Census Bureau. So people think we come in, we pop up, and then we ride off into the sunset. Or as I like to tell people, if you're a fan of Charlie Brown, kind of like the Great Pumpkin, right? They're there, they're not there. But what we do a lot of stuff the other 9 years. What this is a population schedule from the 1940 census, which was the last census that was made to the public. And what's cool about this census is it's the first time that a census was digitized, so that the public can go in and grab the data. This is a schedule for Princeton, New Jersey, and trust me, where that little arrow is where Albert Einstein was part of the census. So I wanted to share that to everyone. So the decennial census is the nation's largest peacetime effort. Okay. So what are we doing the other 9 years? Well, we conduct over 100 different surveys and censuses each year. We heard about the American Community Survey, where 5% of the nation gets sampled, all different types of housing units all across the US. We also have an economic census, which we do on the years that end in 2 and 5, and that's basically a census of businesses. We have data on foreign trade. We have an international division, which one of the great products that they have is an HIV/AIDS database that's put together in conjunction with USAID, and we do so much more. So what do we do with all the data we collect? We disseminate it to the public, and that's where I step in. I'm one of 40 data dissemination specialists that are spread out across the nation. And what do? We basically take technical data and translate it for the American public, for plain language, right? Because sometimes there is a little bit of a discrepancy as to the data we're collecting and how did the public use it. We do presentations, hands-on workshops where we sit in a computer lab and we show people how to use our different databases. We conduct webinars. Some of them are national, some of them are local. We staff exhibits. We speak at conventions. We answer, if not hundreds, maybe thousands of inquiries from the public where they call us or email us and they want to know, I need data for my community. I'm part of the American Community Survey. Is it legitimate? Do I have to fill it out? I get calls from congressional offices. You name it, we do it. It's always that part of other duties as assigned, right? Okay. And that is me. That was part of the public relations that we had done with archives. So, this is when we released the data, so I stuck my photo in there, okay? So what I want to talk to you about is some of the stories, some of what I do when I'm interacting with the public, and someone asked me, like, how much do I travel? How much am I out in the public? Probably a good 75% of my time, I'm on the road working with all levels. Some of our data dissemination specialists cover portions of states, entire states. I'm part of a team that covers Pennsylvania and Delaware, okay? So here's how a local community can use census data. What you're looking at is the MAP percent below poverty level for whom the population for whom poverty status is determined for this portion of the city of Philadelphia. I work a lot with local organizations who are looking at their communities, and they want to know, who is it that we're serving? Who lives in our area? So for instance, Philadelphia is a pretty interesting situation where, according to the latest American Community Survey estimates, the poverty rate is 27%, okay? That's the highest among the nation's top 10 cities. So out of about 1.8 million people, that's about 400,000 people live in poverty, okay? So that's a real problem. Of those that are in poverty, 37% of children, and 42% of them are of Hispanic and Latino origin, okay? So when I went to this what I did was when I worked with this organization, I went to their site, they set up some computers, and they said, okay, we need to know who it is that we're serving, what are their characteristics. So we use this great online tool we have called American Fact Finder, and what's great about our data and our tools is it's totally free. So when I do a lot of cold calling, when I introduce myself to groups, and I say, hey, I'm from the Census Bureau, and they're like, the census isn't coming up. I'm like, well, 2020 is right around the corner, but what I'm calling you about is how to use our data. And they're like, and I'm like, it's free. They're like, how fast can you get here? Okay? So for instance, I show them how to pull the data, what the data means, and FactFinder makes these really cool maps. This is data by census tract. So this is roughly the community that this organization serves, and they can see where those concentrations of people in poverty are. So they can use this data for a grant application. So there's a lot of uses for it, okay? The next tool I really like is there's a tool called Census Business Builder, and this is new, and this is the way really that the census is going. This is really geared for people in businesses. What I'm showing you is the small business edition. We also have a Chamber of Commerce edition, where you can take some selected demographic and economic data and you mash it on a map. So for instance, I've worked with a gentleman who owned a food truck out in the University District in West Philadelphia, and he was doing really well with this food truck. I mean, he was selling burgers to college students. That's, I mean, how easy, right, you think? And his burgers are really good, by the way. So he contacted the Bureau, because he's like, you know what? I'm interested in expanding my business. I'm working with a realtor, and she's showing me all these different places, but I'm not sure if that's the best place for me. A lot of people don't realize that businesses can really use our data to find their target markets and to expand their outreach. So I showed them, I said, hey, what's your target market? So he was like, okay, 18 and over. And what you can do with this tool, which is really neat, is you can filter stuff out. Like if he had a specific income bracket he was interested in, he could also filter that data. And it showed him this map of where the blue areas were the highest concentration of where his potential target market is. So he can take this data back to his realtor and say, you know what? This is the area that I'm looking in. What do you have that's in my budget? Another way that people use our data, we work a lot with local and federal and state governments. We have this amazing website, an app called On the Map, and there's one called On the Map for Emergency Management. And what you can do with this is every 6 hours, anytime there's a disaster declaration, we read it into the On the Map app. And you can look at potentially how many people, what types of people are in danger when something comes through. So I happened to be at the office right around the time afterwards that Sandy had hit the Northeast. I live in the Northeast. And what this shows is you can look at different points in time, and this map is showing where Sandy made that famous left hook, okay? So you can see the darker areas right now, it's set to population concentrations, but you can look at numbers of people, ages, do any of them have disabilities, are any of them elderly, what kind of languages do they speak? So when their emergency management people are going out and looking at the affected populations, they know how to best reach them. So just a couple things about Sandy. So it made fall in Brigantine, New Jersey, which is just north of Atlantic City, okay? It affected 24 states, and there was about $74 billion worth of damage made by Sandy. And I know I live in South Jersey, and there's still communities that really haven't gone back to normal after this. So this is a really neat app that we have, so if any of you are interested, I'm more than happy to work with you. So what do I want to do? As I'm ending, I really want to talk about how we can collaborate as a Department of Commerce. When I tell people I work for DOC, they're like, well, what do you do? I say, we collect a lot of data, okay? So what I want to know is, how can we collaborate to use all of the data that we're collecting? We want the American public to use our data, right? We want them to create jobs. We want them to go out and get grants and solve problems. So one of the things I thought about was collaborations such as joint workshops and webinars, right? We can look at each other's data and say, hey, how can we collaborate together? It's going to help promote not only our agency as commerce, but our own independent agencies. And really, what else can we do? So here is my contact information. I'm more than happy to work with you, or if you're located in one of our regions, I can definitely put you in contact with your local data dissemination specialist. So I just kind of want to leave by saying that the census can help us know about our past and help us prepare for our future. So thank you.
Okay. First, I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here at DOC Talks. I don't have any statistics. I don't even really have any facts to give you. But my name's Angie Ullman, and I work for NOAA as an able-bodied seaman. And when people ask me what I do, I usually just kind of lean in and say, I work for the federal government, and I leave it at that. But hopefully you can walk away with a little more about what I do. As you can see, I'm actually not that high ranking. I don't have any connections, but I still love my job. I'm going to start with a story that I couldn't find any sources to see if it was real or not, so you'll just have to bear with me. But John F. Kennedy went to visit one of the NASA space centers in 1961, and while he was there, he saw a man with a broom, and he went to say hello and asked what that man did for NASA. And he said that he was there helping to put a man on the moon. And I have some similarities with that man. And I'm not putting a man on the moon, but I do help NOAA complete their missions. So what is an able-bodied seaman? The definition is an experienced deck department seaman qualified to perform routine sea duties. Okay, what are routine sea duties? They include line handling, small boat operations, crane operations, fishing, standing watch, which can involve being a lookout or helmsman, and basically keeping the boat ship shape. So part of keeping a boat ship shape is ship preservation, which sounds kind of fancy, but really it's busting rust. Ships are made out of steel, so they're always rusting. So that's me doing, it's a bit of a mundane job, but you can find Zen moments in it. And location is everything. Because this is my first job. I was sent to the Hi'ialakai, which is located in Hawaii, in December of last year. So that was a good entry to my job. I also mentioned being a helmsman, and that's something I still really enjoy. Eventually, I'm sure the charm will wear off, but I'm still loving it, and I haven't hit anything yet, so they keep letting me do it. Just 3 weeks ago, I got to be the helmsman on the Henry H. Bigelow leaving Norfolk, Virginia, and really enjoyed that. And in this picture, I'm on the Ronald H. Brown, which was my second assignment. And we were doing the Cal Water Project, which, if you were here earlier for Lieutenant Commander Jason Mansouri's talk, we just met yesterday, but we were on the same project, so it was really neat to make that connection, because I was on the water on this ship sending balloons in the sky, and he was flying over in the plane sending parachutes down. So we were working together, and last year didn't even know it. So what was this project? We left Honolulu and sat offshore of California, about 200 miles. Technically we were, or not technically, but we were considered storm chasing, which my mom wasn't pleased about, and it was a little uncomfortable out there. But what they're trying to do was figure out these atmospheric rivers are rivers in the sky, and they come up from the tropics. It's also called the Pineapple Express, and bring water up to California. So we were out there analyzing. We had over 100 instruments on the boat to analyze the air and figure out when droughts were coming, floods are coming. There's a lot of science involved behind it. And we did have talks the scientists gave on the ship routinely, but I didn't really understand everything that was going on, but I'm glad they did. So a routine day on the Ronald H. Brown for me was looking out that window for 8 hours a day, pretty much, standing watch from 4 in the morning to 8 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon to 8 at night. That was my job. So it was a little mundane. I read a lot of books, but it was collecting valuable data. And there's a lot to be said. I'm sure that is going to be very handy, but there's also something to be said for instant gratification, which you get on other ships, like the Oregon II, which is a fishing ship. And a lot of times people ask me why NOAA fishes, and it's to help commerce continue into the future. A lot of people make their living off of the ocean, and we need to conserve and manage those resources. U.S. fisheries are among the world's largest and most sustainable, and we want to keep it that way. So on some of the ships, we visit the same locations year after year, and it helps to predict status of the fish stocks and set catch limits. So what's in a typical day of fishing? It's a little bit different. It's 12-hour days, and you do get to see what comes in on the nets, which can be really exciting and interesting, but you usually don't have much time or energy at the end of the day to do much else. And when I took this picture, I was thinking, how the hell did I end up here? And I'm so happy I'm here. I actually grew up in South Dakota on a cattle ranch, so that's a whole nother story. But I really find myself lucky. My dad was passionate for the sea, and so I am too. And all ships need crew, but NOAA ships have a mission. And all the crew on those ships, you know, there's the deck department, engineering, stewards, officers, and scientists, and we all have a job to complete out there, and we can't do it without all of us taking part of it, and we all take ownership in it. And what we do matters, and that's what makes working on NOAA ships so great. So I'm going to close with a quote. It's from about 65 years ago. It's a letter to the President of the Senate from President John F. Kennedy, and it's regarding increasing the national effort in oceanography. And this dates from before NOAA as we know it today, but I think it still applies. Knowledge and understanding of the oceans promise to assume greater and greater importance in the future. This is not a 1-year or even a 10-year project. It is a continuing effort to acquire and apply the information about a part of our world that will ultimately determine conditions of life in the rest of the world. The opportunities are there. A vigorous program will capture those opportunities. And I'm proud to say that I am part of that effort. Thank you.
Hi, is this on? Good, good. I'm Andrew Reed with the Economic Development Administration out of the Philadelphia Regional Office. I've learned since attending these talks that we don't have a nuclear reactor, we don't have a plane that flies through hurricanes, and we don't get fresh seafood. But what we are is passionate about American jobs, American manufacturing, and growing investment in the United States. I'm going to talk a little bit about car carpets, the supply chain, and a little flood that happened in Columbia County, Pennsylvania. Well, actually, the flood happened in a number of counties in Pennsylvania, but as rivers tend to go downstream, it starts one place and carries on all the way down. This is the sanitized topic, or title of my talk. I actually wanted to call it, what a 19th century factory in Pennsylvania, just-in-time supply chains, and a little black rain cloud have to do with your sweet new ride, or why that new car smell isn't called Susquehanna River Stink. Imagine, if you will, walking into a new car dealership, whether it's BMW or Mercedes, Ford, Chevy, or Chrysler, Subaru, Kia, Hyundai, and every single car that you open has no carpet in it. Absolutely none. Bald, bare. Welcome to Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania on September 9th, 2011. Your new carpet for your car is under there somewhere. If you were thinking about buying a car somewhere early in the fall of 2011, this slide means a lot to you. Why is that? Because in the U.S. auto supply chain, Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania is a key link, and the factory that's underneath that large lake of water that you see, Autonium, is a big part of that. Let's talk a little bit, actually, I guess this is Underwater Supply Chain Management 101. That could have been another title too. You're not dreaming seriously, it's under there. And EDA, we don't really know much about flooding, flood protection, hydraulics, or anything else. We stay in Holiday Inn Expresses to be safe, not because they make us any smarter, but because we figure they build them on higher ground and we're less likely to be underwater. ED, economic development, doesn't stand for extremely damp or excessive deluge either. Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about Irene and Lee in the fall of 2011 in September. Places like the Susquehanna and Bloomsburg, everyone gets a little bit prepared for floods, but they always seem to get to be a little bit worse than they were the time before. And Irene and Lee was really no exception to that. Now, most businesses in central Pennsylvania remember the Tropical Storm Agnes flood of 1972 and set that as a benchmark. So when Irene and Lee started forming and looked like they might stall over central Pennsylvania, what happened? Everybody moved their equipment and their inventory and things that they valued to the other side of the line to where the water came when Agnes came in 1972. It was a good guess, but in this case, it was the wrong guess, and everything got very wet. Let's talk a little bit about small town America. Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, which is the county seat of Columbia County and on the Susquehanna River, is like a lot of other small manufacturing towns in the United States. It's located a little bit south of Interstate 80 on US Highway 11, right on the Susquehanna River. It has a small university there as part of the Penn State system, Bloomsburg University. And it has a strong and rich manufacturing history, which includes a company called McGee Carpet Company. And McGee Carpet Company was founded around 1890 and is still there today. Now, McGee's changed a little bit over the years, but not necessarily a lot. This is the facility back in about the turn of the century in 1900. There's a nice wooden boxcar there, a horse and buggy off on the left, and what I call an old school utility pole, which is made from a real tree. It's not absolutely straight, and apparently it worked well because you can see, if you look really carefully, a couple of wires hanging. And a big part of what McGee did was, other than building carpets, they made rugs and carpeting systems for horses and buggies. And that has evolved over the years because horses and buggies have kind of become somewhat obsolete over the past century. So they moved into the automotive market and started making carpets for cars. This is McGee Carpet Company in 1916. Railroad station out in front, a few more boxcars. If you look carefully, the factory is increased in size, maybe twice as much. McGee Carpet Company, circa 1916, and Autonium, which is now the existing entity in 2016. These buildings look right about the same, but what's inside them has really changed over time. Instead of being the home of 3,000 dinner pails, because 3,000 people used to work in this factory in 1916, now it's high-tech, automotive, robotics, very critical systems, high technology, building things for just about every different brand out there. They help supply companies like GM and Nissan and Kia, Honda, Toyota. This is the US supply chain right here, where all cars that are made in the US are from. And that nice little star there, which is Bloomsburg, that's the ripple in the water when that floods. That went too far. So let's talk about the impact of Irene and Lee, kind of the human impact on a community like Bloomsburg and an employer like Autonium. There was 9 feet of water on the factory floor in Autonium. Sensitive Robotics got a great mud bath. Now, if you watch Star Wars and you see C-3PO and R2-D2 and the other thing that's a circle with a circle on it, like what his name is, those seem to do very well in climates like Tatooine and other jungles in the middle of like a rebel insurrection. Well, modern robotics, not so much. So Autonium, 9 feet of water on the factory floor turned into $67 million in damage, and it shut down automotive carpet manufacturing in the United States for several days until they could get back online. And why is that critical? Because when you have a just-in-time supply chain, you start running out of carpet really quickly. So employers like Autonium, with 725 good-paying jobs and a critical anchor of the community, are critical. They're critical to the industry, and they're also critical to the communities that they operate in. Now, Bloomsburg and Columbia County hadn't exactly been sitting on their hands when it came to preparing for floods. They had been working with the Army Corps of Engineers for years on designing a flood control system for the community, a flood wall that would protect the town and protect the businesses and employers and everything else. Unfortunately, Irene and Lee were so much larger than was anticipated. The design that was designed would not have withstood Irene and Lee. So what does that mean? That means after a lot of design and public process that everybody is back to square one. There's no money to really design anything. And the community and the county and a lot of folks are losing hope. And a company that really prides itself on being a reliable, on-time supplier that has walls lined with supplier awards from all these automotive brands is in trouble and considering whether maybe it would have to go somewhere else. and a solution is needed. Now, EDA really doesn't have a lot to do with flood protection. It's not our bailiwick. Army Corps of Engineers and others know a lot more. But one of the powers as EDA that we do have is being able to convene and being able to think out of the box. And so in this case, Congress passed money to help recover from Irene and Lee. In our region of EDA, which covers 13 states in the Northeast, we got $53.7 million. And we had a little bit of a vision with the community that some of that money might be able to come up with a flood control solution that would protect key employers like this and also help protect the auto supply chain. And convening, collaborating, bringing the state, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, private industry, and other players to the table, we were able to come up with a solution that put $15 million of funds from EDA, plus money from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and money from industry and other players, into doing a flood control solution for the community. So how do we help? $15 plus 6 zeros today helps keep your flood waters away. It's a good tag. And in this case, there's a lot of VIPs here, including at least one EDA, DAS, and the Congress. But the real heroes here is the community in the background. It's the multiple generations of workers that build quality American products and outfit our cars. So our end solution to this was working with the community to fund and get through the process of building a wall, developing a solution, getting all the players to the table, and keep making carpet in the USA. Now, we all dig flood protection. I know that's kind of corny, but hey, you know. And this was a groundbreaking from 2015, but now when it rains and the river rises, the little black rain cloud won't be messing up the supply chain. And in conclusion, everyone's probably wondering, and it's good to hit the microphone with that, what is this little plastic bag that I'm carrying around with me other than having a few crib notes on it? And I'll tell you, how durable is McGee Carpet? This is McGee Carpet Company, home of 3,000 dinner pails, a sample from 1920. And with EDA and Commerce assistance, we'll be holding things like this made today 100 years from now. Thank you.
So this is my home. I grew up here. Maine is where I work and where I spend my free time. I have canoed most of its rivers, boated and fished in its lakes, sailed along its coast, and climbed many of its mountains. Year after year, Maine draws tourists and adventurers like myself with its idyllic scenery, various state and national parks, and abundant wildlife. With the promise of fishing, boating, or just a lazy afternoon picking fiddleheads, Maine's pristine natural environment is paramount to its attraction. Maine rivers are especially important because they maintain some of the last remaining strongholds of sea-run fish communities in the eastern United States. But that being said, Maine rivers are sick, and they have been for quite some time. Because of the fisheries that remain and the dire conditions that threaten them, Maine rivers demand special attention. NOAA's National Marine Fisheries Service mission is centered on maintaining productive and sustainable fisheries, safe sources of seafood, and the recovery and conservation of protected resources in their ecosystems. As a biologist for NOAA Fisheries, I have been afforded the opportunity to devote my time towards the vision I share with NOAA's mission, to help restore Maine's river to their former strength. So why are Maine rivers sick? Dams are the coronary artery disease of the freshwater and coastal ecosystems of the Gulf of Maine. Just like the plaque that blocks critical blood flow with its life-sustaining cells carrying oxygen, dams block the bilateral flow of nutrients in fish in rivers and streams. More than 90% of Maine's rivers have been impacted by dams. 90%. But the condition of the patient is not irreversible. In fact, this patient can be saved. The trouble for sea-run fish began with Maine's lumber boom in the 1830s, with Bangor enjoying a stint as lumber capital of the world. With the lumber boom came dams. More than 200 sawmill dams existed at one point. The mills crowded the river with logs, and sawdust and wood chips began to cover the spawning habitat. In the next 100 years, pulp and paper mills, leather plants, hydropower, and textile mills added to the obstructions and water pollution. It's amazing that there are any sea-run fish left in these rivers at all. Twelve species of sea-run fish constitute the dominant native fish species of the state of Maine. Spending a portion of their lives in freshwater and a portion of their lives in the ocean, sea-run fish are the red blood cells that circulate the basic needs to support life, or in this case, a healthy, living freshwater and nearshore marine ecosystem. Sea-run herring such as alewives and American shad were the backbone of what were once robust Gulf of Maine fisheries that the state was known for. Many herring mature at sea and along New England's coast before making a mad dash up rivers and streams to spawn. With numbers that once ranged well into the millions, herring brought with them scores of larger predatory fish that sought them out as prey, such as cod, haddock, and striped bass. Nowadays, these fish are in the nearshore Gulf of Maine are almost non-existent. Once in freshwater, sea-run fish continue to bring new life forms far upstream from the ocean. The spring run of herring and lampreys coincides with the growing season of many fish species as well as the breeding season of many fish-eating birds and mammals. After a long winter, the abundant influx of fish and nutrients constituted a Thanksgiving feast of sorts after a prolonged period of near famine. The story is simple. With dams clogging these rivers, the circulatory flow that supports life in these ecosystems is at a critical state. We have nearly wiped out entire populations of fish, and subsequently the entire ecosystem is in trouble. Blocking the bilateral flow of nutrients in fish, the highly dynamic and connected freshwater and marine ecosystems that once supported robust runs of fish such as herring, salmon, cod, and haddock have been diminished to near unsustainable levels. Today, of the 12 species of sea-run fish that were once highly abundant in the waters of the Northeast, 3 are protected under the Endangered Species Act: Atlantic salmon, Atlantic sturgeon, and short-nosed sturgeon, and 4 are either species of concern or have been petitioned for listing under the Act. These include rainbow smelt, alewife, and blueback herring, and American eel. All of these fish share one significant common threat. Dams block their ability to move freely within the freshwater ecosystem, and subsequently denies their ability to carry out the essential elements of their life histories that enables them to survive. What is the prescription for our sick patient? Remove the dams. Why can't we just remove every dam? In an ideal world, this is the clear solution for a scientist like myself, but it is not the easiest to achieve. Dams have been integrated into our society as part of the natural landscape that people have come to know and love, and they are an important part of our economic development and history. It is beyond the collective memories of anyone living in Maine of what Maine rivers and streams used to look like before dams. These dams now create lakes and ponds and support recreational opportunities, waterfront properties for camps and homes, and a renewable source of energy in the form of hydroelectric power during a time when demands for local energy resources are high. They are now seen as something that are as essential to the inhabitants of Maine as the presence of wildflowers in the spring. Not only have dams become the norm, so to speak, the question of their ownership also poses a challenge in trying to remove these dams. There are currently over 600 dams in the state of Maine. They are owned by public and private alike. With many dams falling on private property, the greatest influence I can have is to make the suggestion to a dam owner about its need to be removed, and show the owner the positive benefits that dam removal could provide. In order to do this, I need to be able to look back at the success stories of the past. One success story is Sajunkadunk Stream in Orrington, where 2 dams were removed, improving connectivity for sea-run fish while preserving the landscape of a lake that the local community had come to know and love. The Sajunkadunk Stream project proved that NOAA Fisheries is able to meet the conservation needs of the environment without sacrificing the wishes of those that live in this watershed. If we can't remove a dam in its entirety, we need to find ways to minimize human impacts associated with dams. What does this mean? We need to find innovative solutions. This could be a nature like fishway or maybe a bypass channel. But if these are not reasonable alternatives, we first and foremost need to make sure that the dams actually have fishways, and that these fishways are highly effective at passing all the fish that need to pass. But the best solution will always be complete dam removal. Taking advantage of opportunities is key. If an opportunity presents itself for a full dam removal, which doesn't happen often, we need to position ourselves to act upon it. Certain stars need to align to complete this task. Along with an opportunity, a group of highly motivated individuals is paramount. Without people that are interested in this task, dams would never be removed. It is up to the people that are passionate about conservation and have a shared vision of what Maine rivers would look like without these impediments. We need people that have a shared goal of restoring endangered species back to their full habitat range. And most importantly, we need people who are stewards for the land and have a sense of ownership of the wrongs that have been done to the rivers. Bottom line, we need people that are optimistic. It was under these conditions that NOAA Fisheries was able to partner with an organization called the Penobscot River Restoration Trust, as well as other organizations, to remove the two lowermost dams on the Penobscot River, the Great Works Dam in 2012 and the Vesey Dam in 2013. This effort also led to the construction of a new state-of-the-art fishway at what is now the first dam on the Penobscot, the Milford Dam. With the removal of these two dams alone, we were able to document the presence of sturgeon above the site of the old Vesey Dam, something that has never been done before. AOI from blueback herring also responded quickly. Between 2011 and 2015, documented returns increased by over 580,000 fish. There is hope. If we focus in on just the iconic Atlantic salmon and where they live in the state of Maine, 20 dams have already been removed since the year 2000, and 13 have been removed in just the past 6 years. By taking out these dams, we're slowly beginning the process of reversing 150 years worth of damage to these iconic river networks. Each dam removal allows the river to breathe a bit easier and opens up more access to the native sea-run fish communities than before. Most of these projects have been financially and technically supported by NOAA Fisheries for the benefit of critically endangered Atlantic salmon. Though we know Atlantic salmon have been slow to respond, we have seen tremendous response from alewives, blueback herring, and American shad that are part of the ecosystem upon which salmon depend. Though much of the financial support for dam removals has come in support of Atlantic salmon restoration funds, the local communities are beginning to see that the benefits of dam removals extend far beyond Atlantic salmon. Open rivers have provided more opportunities for canoeing and boating, and recreational fishing opportunities for species such as American shad. But above all, open rivers are helping sustain important commercial fisheries that many local communities rely on. Seeing the herring and the sturgeon come back make me optimistic for the future of restoration of Maine's rivers. I hope that one day that the memories of my children and my children's children will be one in which dams were being removed and the sea-run fish returned. As we look forward, we know that there's still a lot of work to be done. Like I said, still nearly 90% of the habitats that once supported robust runs of sea-run fish are still obstructed by dams. But a new program by the NOAA Fisheries called the Species in the Spotlight Initiative is putting a new focused effort in support of restoration for Atlantic salmon in Maine. With this effort, we are already seeing increased funding opportunities and increased interest in implementing dam removal and fish passage projects. Further, with every dam that is removed or every fishway that gets constructed, our job gets just a little bit easier. We can turn to these to assemble the story of when sea-run fish return to the rivers and streams of the state of Maine. As the regional administrator for the Greater Atlantic Regional Fisheries Office routinely reminds us, our jobs here at NOAA Fisheries are to help fish grow, and that is critical in supporting sustainable fisheries.
Home stretch. Chris Heflin, Director of Performance Excellence for the Department of Commerce. I guess I'm in control here. That photograph of me was taken quite some time ago, and it's been touched up. But what does it mean to be an evangelist for performance? Evangelist, you know, but what the heck is performance, or better yet, performance management, huh? Well, performance management is knowing exactly what you want to do, to the point where you can even measure it, and setting up all your systems, activities, so they are in a system that support each other toward that end, toward that result, and can sustain the result. Now, that's kind of general. Let's see if we can flesh that out here. The best example of superb performance management in the U.S. is the NFL. Right? So how does the NFL work? Well, they're going to be very clear on what they want to do. They want to win the Super Bowl. Better yet, create a dynasty. So very clear results. Now, the owner over there will survey a lot of information to make a plan to get to those results. So what will he look at? He will look at the players, all right? What are our strengths and weaknesses? What players could we acquire? So that's a key part of his plan. He's going to look at his coaching staff and their strengths. What do they know? What's worked for them in the past? They'll look at the fan base. The fan base will say, hey, we want to see more of whatever. Everybody likes the long pass. They will look at data. Data on the offense, data on the defense, data on the red zone, each individual player. With all that information, they could make a plan. Now, if you're the Denver Broncos of this past season, right, you're going to say, okay, we got a wonderfully intelligent quarterback with kind of a limp arm, all right? He can only throw some short passes reliably. And we got the defense of an era, right? So we're going to build a plan around that, okay? It won't be the same one as you've got over in Seattle. And everything will key off of that plan. They'll look at their personnel system, their compensation system, supports the plan. They look at the plays they call, supports the plan. They look at what the fans want to see. They want to see Peyton Manning, supports the plan. And they continue looking at data. And as that data comes in from practice, as that data comes in from plays, from actual games, they refine the plan, they fine-tune it, they might tweak some plays, okay? So all the systems are taking them to the Super Bowl, they hope. All the systems are working together. So, in spite of what you hear in a lot of political campaigns, we shouldn't run ourselves like a business, we should run ourselves like a football team, okay? Maybe not New England, there's some ethical problems there, right? Okay. But like a football team, right? The New England people hate me like that. Now, come to the conclusion that Peyton Manning might make a great DepSec. You with me on that one? All right. Now, I learned this very quickly over about 40 years, okay? An evolution, if you would. And the evolution started very, very early. I would say that I was probably the only kid in the 6th grade in the Bronx who knew who the president's cabinet was. That was Kennedy. I was probably the only kid who knew what a president's cabinet was, but that's another story. But moving along to college, yes, I was a political science major. You would have guessed that. And a liberal arts degree, as I have, trains you very well to integrate information. How do you bring disciplines together towards an end? It does not train you for a job, okay? So you come in at the very, very bottom, and your education begins by learning what people do at the very basic functions within an organization. But as it turns out, that's a valuable education. But the lessons really started coming to me with my first job. 1971, law clerk, Department of Interior, Office of the Solicitor, right? So I'm hired there to set up a record system for one of the units, one of the law units. Now, that sounds good. That sounds like a good thing to do, except there already was a record system. My particular supervisor was choosing to duplicate it because he wanted it for himself. First lesson of the career, you need to use the information you collect. Now, this wasn't all bad from my standpoint because I was going to graduate school at night, and yes, public administration. You can see where this is going. So I had some time for graduate work. But the information I collected not being used was a bit demoralizing. But I also learned at the Department of the Interior that if I was going to get ahead, I needed something I discovered, a career ladder position. Any of you valuable owners of career ladder positions? Okay, so I got a job with the Department of Commerce. There it is, there's our seal. This is a return engagement on my part. And the Department of Commerce at that time, every single department and every single agency or bureau in the department had a management analysis unit and a program analysis unit. I was hired into the Office of the Secretary's Management Analysis Unit. They helped pay for my graduate work. They sent me to a lot of seminars, particularly on process improvement, and we did rotating assignments around the bureaus. Now, those rotations were a great education. And here I was, I guess 21, 22 years old, no older than that, 25. And I'm going around the bureaus and I'm doing studies. I'm going to tell people who are my age now how to do their work better. That might not always go over well, but what I did find was there was a lot of wisdom in the workforce, and a lot of the wisdom and understanding was not bubbling up to the top. People were not going to their supervisors with their great ideas. So I became a conduit for my elders' great ideas, and started kind of writing them up and getting an audience and a voice for some of those folks. Also found that there wasn't great consensus on what the heck we were supposed to be doing. We did one study of EDA. We talked to literally congressmen, congressional staff, communities, leadership here, employees, and found that the concept of what EDA was supposed to be doing had a lot of variation depending on who you were talking to. That's problematic. That produces a lot of rework and a lot of frustration when there is an agreement. Imagine football, if you didn't agree on how to keep score, that would make it kind of like a street fight, right? Okay. So you have to agree on how to score. So from that intern program, I joined, looking at EDA here in the audience, I joined the Economic Development Administration and worked with some fabulous people. EDA at that time was in the Carter administration. Carter administration very much liked the program, was setting it up to do more, worked with exceptional folks, and those exceptional folks did an exceptional thing for me. They changed my self-image. They said, okay, I know, you're from the Bronx, you were brought up to clean somebody else's house, but maybe there's more there for you, right? Maybe you could have some ideas and actually advocate for them. They gave me a feeling of being a champion. That was an important lesson for life. How you feel about yourself really affects what you're able to do with your life. So that was a gift from them, and it's a keeper in terms of systems management. I also learned at EDA and many jobs thereafter that if you're willing to go out on a limb, if you're the one taking a chance, you can do some pretty fun stuff, like DOC Talks even, right? So if you're out there, the work is enhanced, and I've kind of lived by that rule for most of the years. Now, I followed the love of my life away from the Department of Commerce and out to the wild, wild West, and it was wild. In Tucson, I was the Director of Budget and Research for Pima County, Arizona. And I didn't qualify for that job. They were about to be put in a hiring freeze, and I walked in, I had some government experience and a pulse, and they hired me, right? And what a learning experience. Budgeting in the local government was a bit like a fist fight. You're dodging bullets. But even in that atmosphere, I watched for a pattern. That was also part of my education. Watch for patterns. The pattern was most of our street fights were about how many deputies we needed in the sheriff's department and why the hospital was losing as much money as it was. We had a public sector hospital. So we put all our resources, all our budget and research resources one year into looking at the deputy issue. We had an early adopter computer jock in our unit, and he knew one over in the sheriff's office. So the two of them went out, they went on the road together, they developed a computer simulation model of patrol. And we could feed in assumptions about what we needed or wanted in the way of a response time from the police, and then we could know how many deputies we needed to achieve that. We never more in any year debated that. We just decided on a service level, a response time. Similarly, in the hospital the next year, I personally wrote a 10-page white paper on the management of the hospital, and I won. They got fired. Now, what did that teach me? Both of those issues were very, very political, very hot. They were powerful people, very engaged in the issue. But good information, great research actually won out in that political fight. a lesson learned. Lead with evidence, lead with data, lead with analysis, and good things can happen. It also taught me about Ed Deming. The fellow we hired to manage the hospital in this next trip, after the other guys got fired, was a Deming devotee, brilliant man, wonderful man. And Deming, if you don't know about him, a management guru out of World War II, basically said it isn't the people that's the problem, it's the process. The process is awkward. I don't care how good folks you're going to hire, the outcome won't be good. So Art Gonzalez, our hospital director, manager, kept picking off the processes, improving them with his people. In 3 years, we had a public sector hospital that turned a profit. If you know that industry, that's almost unheard of. A big keeper. Life changed again. My second baby came into my life. We were missing family, home and hearth. We moved back to the East Coast, and I was a part-time trainer and a full-time mommy. First lesson, you can't do squat when the babies are awake. Second lesson, some of the things that I had learned in Pima County at the Department of Commerce, outside of the systems I was going to learn, don't work well independent of the rest of the system. I'll give you a good example. Art Gonzalez at the hospital was into process improvement. But if you have process improvement but you don't know the customer's requirements, what they need from that process, your process improvement won't go well. I learned that empowering employees was a good thing. But if you empower your employees and you don't have a sound strategic plan and a good measurement system so they're guided with precision, that might take you to another state. The other thing I found was some of the people in my classes when I was doing these workshops were not of goodwill. They really did not want these things to work. So if management isn't in your corner, I won't say forget about it, but it's damn tough, right? I also learned I missed being part of a team. I was kind of a one-woman show going around the state of Florida doing these workshops. Very hard to be wise when it's only you. And my babies weren't very good at organizational development, honestly. Great kids, but that was not their strength. So when the opportunity came up to join a small city in Florida as a trainer and internal consultant, I jumped at it. Now, this was in Florida. This was the city of Coral Springs. And NOAA was kind enough to give us a map to show you where Coral Springs is in the state of Florida. And most of my time there, that's about what things look like. But anyway, moving right along. What I found, first lesson in Coral Springs, Florida, we had a rather charming city manager who also had the disposition of Attila the Hun. And he was an odd person in as much as he didn't want to stay in the public sector. He was kind of touching base there. So he didn't give a dang what happened. He was going to try new stuff, right? So he goes to Barnes & Noble with a lot of volumes then on customer service. So he gets one of these volumes, he goes to a leadership meeting, he slides it across the table and says, we're doing this, right? Attila the Hun, but a lot of us kind of found it exciting to institute change, to get better. So, okay, we'll figure this out. And we started doing our homework on how we were going to do this customer service thing. But lesson learned, when the top dog wants something, things move very fast. Now, you can make improvement without the top dog being committed. But Lord, you get roller skates or even a rocket ship when they're for it. So we didn't know much about how we were going to do this customer service thing, but we talked to a lot of consultants, most of whom we could not afford. We found one we could afford, and she had the great virtue of being willing to teach us to teach the rest of the workforce. So rather than hiring somebody and have them, take off on their pony, we were getting that knowledge right in our workforce, which doesn't happen when you hire a consultant. We found that we had more fun with the growing if we were the one who were doing the learning. So you don't want the consultants to have all the fun with the lessons learned. You want to learn too and get that into your institution, into your DNA. This wonderful lady consultant we hired who was willing to teach us to teach taught us again something that showed something about systems. If you want great customer service, you can't just do smile training. Just being pleasant won't cut it. You have to have a good process, nice cycle time, it happens quickly, and a great product. So if I go to a restaurant
and the waiter is just a fine, fine gentleman, but the food's lousy and it took me 3 hours to get it, I'm not getting good customer service. All these pieces have to be coming together. Important keeper in terms of systems thinking. We also learned that in spite of Childa Hun, and he did leave after a couple of years, we always introduced fun into all the growing and the learning. This just had something to do with, I think, my boss not putting up with my kind of offbeat sense of humor. There was always some element of a kick in what we did. So if we were training, we also had a chili cook-off, and whose chili was best. Often during training, we'd hand out poker chips and trying to see who had won this game we created. There was always fun. And we also found that getting better was fun. Given the systems we had learned for customer service, we could measure, and we did, through quick strikes, through secret choppers, through measuring process time. We could tell, we could prove we were getting better. And the workforce was kind of enjoying feeling like the Golden State Warriors, right? Going back to sports analogies. We were getting high on it. So the fun generated more interest in getting, yes, better. So we researched what's the next thing. When we researched the next thing, we found this thing called Sterling, which is Baldrige in the state of Florida. You heard about Baldrige earlier if you were here, which teaches the NFL system of running things, where all the pieces come together. Very interesting. Now, we also found that even using a beautiful system like Baldrige, to do it over a decade, and we did to get the results we did, you need to be having some fun to sustain the energy. So we kept the fun coming every day. If we had a quality fest one year, we had a hypnotist at it. If there was some way of showing a process improvement, I usually did a little play around it that made you laugh, right? Did this work? I offer you Coral Springs results. Now, Nordstrom's would blush. NASA, our high performer, has never even come into that territory, not even come close. Not only do we get those kind of results, but we sustain them through a recession. Through the recession, they never laid off one soul. So I learned that having fun, enjoying what you're doing, helps you sustain the energy to keep going forward. It gives you the zoom, the willpower, the pleasure in producing something excellent. It produces more excellence. So that's the big learning. I want to bring it to the Department of Commerce. Guys, I'm back again. She's back. Okay? And now, what do I want? Well, hey, guys, I had an afterlife experience that felt a lot like heaven, right? If you ever been there, you want to go back? Okay? I would like to bring this to Commerce, and we have made some wonderful steps in this direction. I see one of my favorite person coming in. So my favorite people are in the audience, and I'm hoping you all here at the Department of Commerce want to play. And now I would like my partners in crime to join me on the stage. And as she comes up, I want you to give an incredible hand for Lee Bigelow, because any of you speakers, all the speakers, please come up. You know what this lady did. You know who you are. And she moved 3 mountains. 3 mountains. I did a little talk. She did the work. All the speakers come up.
Well, come on down.
Come on down, up, please.
Not sure if this is, oh yeah.
If ever there was a team effort, this is a team effort. You see before you the diversity of the Department of Commerce. We have a nuclear scientist up here, right? We have a guy who flies into hurricanes, right? So when you think Department of Commerce, when you hear somebody say, what does it do? This is what it does. It does nuclear science. It does able-bodied sea patients. It does census. It does removing debris from the ocean. It collects data. It disseminates data. It takes hand-me-downs from Boeing and gives them to schools. It takes floods and makes it a city again. It lets us know when the hurricanes are going to hit. So take a bow. also would like Kate Josephs to join us. Innovation in government. When I was in government in the 70s, OMB and outfits like GSA would say, well, we'll let you know when you get it right? Keep trying. Not now. Folks like Kate are helping us share experiences, share best practices, so we come together and learn together and are proceeding much faster than we have at any other decade. So Kate, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Kate would want me to do this because I know what her principles are. We need feedback. We'd like to do this again. So you can get our unit at performance@doc.gov and give us comments, suggestions, more of, less of. You might want to compliment some of these folks. Right?
Yes, please.
Do that.
Love
We'll
notes to the
sure-
speakers, please.
We'll make sure the information gets to the right people. Now, some of you too, you should know, audience, that we've had as many as 300 listening remotely. It's about the people
At one
that-
time, yeah.
At one time.
So over the course of the day, it's been probably closer to about 500.
Yeah, these very kind folks from Census are filming this so we can get it on our intranet and make it available for other purposes. And while I'm and thank you, that's where the payoff's been. We have another person to call to the stage. We need Ken Whaley.
Yes. Come on up, Ken. Ken, come on. Please, Ken.
Oh, and Harry.
And Harry.
Hey. Now, Ken and Harry, I don't know if you have been to many events here, but most of the time the technology fails us. Sometimes even when the secretary's here. But that's because she doesn't have Ken Whaley. She doesn't have Harry Knight. So they have kept the ship afloat. And I think we'll close just by saying, if you see the slide behind you, thanks to all of you for coming out on a limb with me and going beyond your job descriptions and just really talking about our department the way it should be talked about. Thank you. Lee, what am I forgetting?
Only one thing. We actually have some refreshments, and we will have the speakers for a brief while in the green room.
The district is 50.6 female. There's 1,235.
Which is behind the stage. So that doesn't obviously include the folks on live stream, but anyone in the room who'd like to meet the speakers, please join us in the green room. You can enter on the 8th corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. I just saw my daughter. I bet they had trouble getting in.